A moment for YouTube chat. It's just having a think. Their motto is insane. Work hard, work hard. I mean, it's a motto so nice they said it twice. You can't believe it's been 10 months already? Neither can I. It's kind of wild. Kick maybe. Maybe on Friday, as promised. Maybe. Waking up, Zoltra, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. The folktales are comfort, food, and sturdy wood. These guys seem far more peaceful and chill. The Iron Teeth probably significantly less chill. Those of you who are indeed excited about Glue's Day, as many of you are, Hamia Extra Thin Cement, the best form of glue. What is this? Zoltra, this is a city builder for beavers. Should we... Let's go and do one of these beginner-friendly ones so we can remember how the game works again. We'll go do a, lakes map, I reckon. Do lakes or plains? Lake sounds better. Are we putting when are we putting Zoltralord to work? We're already putting Zoltralord to work, Midnight. Wasn't it Factorio for hydrodynamics? Basically, yes. That's why we call it Dutch Factorio, because of all the canals. Hello, Raspberryville. How are you? Hello, Midnight. The game of wet beavers? I mean, I guess. We'll also put the tutorial on, because I think we probably need a reminder. You joined the world's greatest hater club today, Marmite haters. So as a reminder, I think if I recall correctly, we have the ability to name the beavers in this. Oh yeah, we do. So if we are using the channel rewards feature on Twitch, you guys can probably be claiming your names to be done in game. Let me just get that set up. Where are my reward request queues? Oh, okay. I haven't cleared this out in a while. Oops. Use your name in game. 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 2 months ago. These are all getting refunded. The ones that today will not get refunded. And you shave them. You probably shouldn't be asking to shave them. That's probably not very kind. They probably wouldn't enjoy that. There we go, all set up. Working over on... Yes, working on YouTube, working on Twitch. Wow, I can see all of you guys redeeming your names. Okay, so we can start with Lilithian. Spelling is going to be as accurate as I can do. Age 27, Yarvo? No, you are called Arnich. Done. Ubazor? No, you are now was it. Congratulations. We'll use the 3. It will let me use numbers. Nice. Okay, you guys did this quite well. I'm very impressed. Also slightly horrified. Little harpsichord.
Dinosaur, roar!
How are you doing, Harpy? It's always lovely to see you. Harpy just getting into stream and getting immediately assaulted by their own voice. Audio was double. Was it? You know that we're going to have to try it again now.
Dinosaur, roar! everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, you know. I'm just fucking
didn't change anything. I'm just gonna do this. I'm hoping that's coming through. Oh yeah, that's coming through. That's thanks to Winky. We've also got this one. This one is as a result of a great prank last week that I'll share with you guys pretty later in the stream. I say prank. So, some of you might know a good friend of mine, Mr. Greggles. Last week, he was wearing a Jedi robe on stream, and I heard Spook come in and joined the stream and said, "Oh, hey dude, has anyone told you that you look like a squirrel?" Greg said that was the second time that someone said that. I overheard that. It was the second time, and I was like, I'm gonna wait 5 minutes and then come into the stream and tell him he looks like a squirrel. And then 5 minutes after that, I'm gonna start telling people on Discord to slowly come into the stream and tell Greg that he looks like a squirrel. And then after he inevitably had a breakdown, I sent the clip of it to Nellis and to Winky. And I'm not sorry. It was the day before we'd pretty much like broken Greg with breaking his hype train record. So I feel like Chronos giveth and Chronos taketh away. So that's where we are. The music video will take you a bit. I think we're all ready to wait for the music video. I think that's going to be hilarious, and I have no notes and no issues with that. That's sorry for the slight tangent there, but for those of you who were there, it was very, very enjoyable. Just absolutely winding one of my friends up. Yeah, very British of me, I know. Did I gaslight Greg into becoming a squirrel furry? I'm more just kind of... To be fair, he really did look like a squirrel. Do I have a photo of Greg as the squirrel? Like, I'm fairly sure I do. Give me a second. He didn't help himself because... He even did a pose midway through to like... He didn't help himself. The clip's even better / worse, I'm going to be honest with you. Let's go on. I'll... Right, okay, let me share this with you then. If I'm going to show you, I guess I'm committed now. I'm committed to the bit where I show you guys exactly how much of a troll I was with Greg. Yeah, fine. Is it this one? And will that grab the sound? I'm gonna feel slightly bad about this. Possibly, maybe not. Okay. You guys can see this. Let's see if you can hear this. I'm not squirrel! A little bit quiet, so I'll turn it up slightly, and then we'll start it again, because that's the important bit. I'm not squirrel! Oh my god! I'm not a squirrel! the best bit is that the music that was playing during this scene, you can't hear in the VOD. So it just looks like he's kind of having a bit of a breakdown. And he is doing it to the beat of the music, but it just looks like he's having a breakdown. he chose to do that. Like it was the Peter Pettigrew face for me. I'm very sorry. We've gotten very distracted from Timberborn, but sometimes I have to share some of these goblin things with you guys because it's just half the fun is getting to tell you guys about it. Like, genuinely. I think my favorite thing will be if, because as you know, Greg's got Tourette's. There's a non-zero chance that I'm Not a Squirrel will become a Tourette's like trigger or tick for him, and without the context, that's gonna if he does that and I'm with him, I might actually shit myself laughing. I might genuinely, if that becomes installed as a tick, I think I might not forgive myself, but I might shit myself laughing. It might genuinely, because sometimes Greg's ticks are absolute gold. They are incredible. They are just the absolute flight. Oh, yeah. I'm just giving my friends DLC. Look, Kronos giveth and Kronos taketh away. That's how this works. Did I name Hades Gamma? That's the question. Sindri, Hades Gamma. We didn't name Hades Gamma. Okay. Let me stay on task. I've got Royal Icing to name. Royal Icing. No, not Royal Iving. Royal Icing. Let's actually look at the screen before I press OK. Withering Mines. Okay, then we've got Shade Silver. Remember that your beavers will grow old and they will pass away over time, so you will have to possibly, reclaim your beaver name later on. If you claim too soon, then it won't work, because I'll be like, nah, you've already got a beaver. Your beaver will get fat, your beaver will age and eventually pass on, leaving lessons for future beavers. Charon is one of the few beavers that seems to get a surname. Electro Rocks, which is basically what a CPU is, right? An Electro Rock. Okay, that's all of the beavers I think that we have. We've got 9 more names to go, but that's good for now. Sure. If you want almond milk toast, fine. Sure. I could do that, Luther, but why would I want to? Why would I want to click through the beavers that way? Privilege of age? Sure. Hello, Divine Fox. How are you doing? Okay. Found wood and water. A new beginning. I need to remember how to play the game. So, is it working smoothly? How are we for performance? We are good. Okay, near water good, not near water bad. If flood these things, good. Okay, so if I recall correctly, we've got workers here. They create builders. So create a main street off of this. Okay, so paths are instantly built. I did remember that. At some point, I remember we had to make a bridge over this, and like the crossing, if I recall correctly, crossing the water makes the beavers happier. That's my understanding, but the game will tell us. I just need to listen to the tutorial. Welcome to Timberborn. Oh, wait, I can do this. Welcome to Timberborn. This tutorial will help you set your poor in the wasteland and survive the first days. You will learn how to use the tools needed to build a thriving beaver community. As you progress through the next steps, the tips will appear here. Continue. Basics. First, let's have a look around the area. W, S, A, and D. We can move using WASD. We can rotate left and right. We've done this before. This is pretty intuitive. A moist beaver is indeed a happy beaver. Yes, if you can dodge a beaver, then you can dodge a ball. That's all of our camera stuff done. We pause and unpause with space. So we've unpaused it there. They're moving around. You can also increase game speed to reduce downtime. So we've got, 2 speed, 3 speed, 1 speed. Wood. Every beaver settlement needs logs. Lots of them. Only lumberjacks cut trees. Build lumberjack flags next to nearby trees. A wood. Lumberjack flag. We probably want to put that one down. One down here, and then one up here. The flags will not be built unless they're in the district's building range. Select the district center to see its building range. You can extend it by connecting paths to the district center's entrance. So if I click this, they're both inside of the entrance range. I think beavers move faster on paths, if I recall. So I'm going to build a path to each of these just in case. And then the beaver builders should build those areas, chat. So we should be able to make these little lumberjack huts, because if everyone knows if beavers need anything, they need wood. Why are the beavers having little micro pauses? I feel like the game is stuttering and we don't even realize it. Interesting. Maybe it was maybe just a momentary thing. Maybe I'm just, maybe I'm actually just like on crack or something. Okay, so that's one of them built. Lilithian is harvesting harvesting wood as a lumberjack. Nothing to do in range. That's not true. Every building with an entrance must be connected to a district center with a path. When you select a building, you can see its entrance marked by an arrow. Build paths to connect the lumberjack flags to the district. We've done that one already. Lumberjacks only cut trees in areas you mark for cutting. The trees must be within a lumberjack flag's range. Select a flag to see its range. Use the Mark Tree Cutting Area tool now. Hold the mouse button to select multiple tiles at once. If I select the woodcutter, I've selected a flag. Mark Tree Cutting Area. Where am I looking? Cut trees. I'll do an 8x10 area there. And then you can do an 8x10 area there. Okay, cool. Water and food. Beavers need water to survive. Build a water pump to ensure continuous access to drinking water. Remember to connect the pump to the district center. So build a water pump. So if we go into the water section, we find a water pump. Too far from district cannot be reached. Build more paths or a new district. So we would need to do this and then build a path. Like this. Hello? Even blinking things aren't enough? No, what's blinking at me? What did I miss? Hello, Wolfsburg. How are you? Good to see you, buddy. How are we doing out there today? It's great to see so many of you. So when we're a little bit further into the game, we've got a bit more of a burgeoning city. What we can do is I'll put the game onto a slower cycle and we'll start doing some glue painting. So rather than painting the Warhammer, we're going to paint the models with glue and stick things together. So you'll get to see me using glue. Now, the difference is I won't do that while Bailey is around because I don't think that glue fumes are a very, very good idea. Blinding Knife, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. You are amazing. You're an absolute legend. Really appreciate you. Can we eat the glue? No, this is my Tamiya extra thin cement. It's delicious. You can't wait. You can't just eat it. You have to slowly. It's a bit like you wouldn't drink a Glade air freshener. You wouldn't drink or eat Tamiya extra thin cement. That would be such a waste. You might eat Gorilla Glue, but you're never going to eat Tamiya, extra thin cement. It's just too good. It would be a real waste. I know you could do it. I'm not challenging. I'm just saying that it would be a waste of Tamiya extra thin cement. Such a good glue. Chat, the ads are going to be here in a few seconds. I need to go and do the first of my physio stretch because I've been a bit lax within the past couple of days. I'm feeling a little bit tight. So I'll be right back. In the meantime, grab yourself some water, grab yourself a snack, unscrungle your spine. I will be right back in a moment. I don't want you guys to miss out on anything. So I will leave the game paused when I do that. But while the ads are here, I will just quickly step away. Yeah, make yourself a cup of tea, something similar. The caviar of glue. It's just the best glue. Like you can't really deny it. It's like Tamiya clear blue. It's a great color. It's clear, but it's blue. Indeed, if you need to know how to make a cup of tea, you can use the tea command. Very important. That is the correct way of making a cup of tea. So we can turn up the speed while we do this. Oh, these beavers are still having a nighttime. We should probably, maybe they should make housing. Other buildings we made on it. Oh, I remember that there's a whole vertical element to this. So if we build with verticality in mind for this, it'll be good. I also believe that, if I remember correctly, we'll talk about after the ads. I'll be right back. Ooh. Hello, everybody. Welcome back after the ads. Did you enjoy? I've really enjoyed my ad break. While I was doing my exercises, this was hanging from a an over-door bar kind of thing. Give me 1 second. Let me just change this up. Mm-hmm. Were you guys enjoying the ads there? Hello, Jazzmager. Thank you very much. B is doing well, thank you. Yeah, he's it's the season change, so as the weather changes, his fur will get like more like fine for summer. The problem is obviously that's kind of harder for him to pass. He's shedding a lot of his winter fur as it gets warmer. So he's getting more hairballs. He's struggling to pass those hairballs. It's a whole kind of sequence of events for him. So he's doing all right. He's just feeling a little bit sensitive, which being careful about giving him food and stuff. He's doing all right though. He's a good cat. Time for some MHS3. Very glad you're having fun with that. How is the game? That doesn't seem right, does it, chat? That probably shouldn't be there. How did that happen? I'm going red. What's happening to me? Oh, wait, I might know why. Hi! Oh, good timing, B. Just in time for everything to be going wrong with the cameras. Who's a good boy? Well, that fixed the issue, right? It's because I've moved the light that I use for Warhammer that's next to me has changed. I'm disappearing. I don't want to be disappearing. That wouldn't be good, would it? Let's go back to the live screen and see what you can actually see. Yeah, see, I'm still here. Right, where's the small cat? Hello. Yeah, meow. Meow. You want to come up to the desk for a nap? Is that what you would like? Should we put the cat cam on? Will this work? Yeah, see, here is a cat. Fully zoomed out camera. Hello. A good kitten. What a sweet little bubba. He's so small. He's the main streamer, aren't you? Should I move my drink? Would you like that? Yeah, you want to rub your face against the box? Is that what you want to do? Yeah, you do. Know that you enjoy rubbing your face on corners, so I put lots of cardboard box corners next to it. Oh, hello. He's not really sure what he wants. I think he probably wants chicken. May his day be chicken filled. I'm sure it will be. We grab these paintbrush drying tissues. They're not needed anymore. Goblin's secret remedy. Ooh. This is what you want to know what it is, chat, don't you? See? You want to know what that is. You want to know what the secret remedy for the goblins is, but I'm not going to tell you. Mine. You can't have it. A shout. E. No. Oh, would you like your spider? You know what it is? It's dice, of course. You're a dice goblin. I thought it might actually be something else. It could have been Blue Eyes White Dragon. You know what's better than one Blue Eyes White Dragon? It's 3 Blue Eyes White Dragon. So I'm pretty safe from chat. I've also made sure that I'm safe from any D's nuts joke because I have this, the D shield. I also have chat's mum. You play Pot of Greed? Too late, I play Pot of Greed first. Haha, I played it earlier in the stream. See, I've also got chat's mum. Just says Lord of D. Just, I'm going to be honest with you, just completely unnecessary as a joke, but one that I've been waiting to make all day. I was just kind of going through a couple of old drawers and I found my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards. How did you get my mum's photo? CEO of the world, I call this move invalid. It's just ridiculous. Some of the rules inside of what's the word? Inside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are just strange enough. But like the fact that, you know, Kyber is basically like the youngest and most like tyrannical CEO of a global megacorp ever is just hilarious. What are you doing? Are you exploring? Are you going to sleep on the Warhammer bags again? Yeah. Do you like the Warhammer bags, or do you want to sleep up on the desk? I put your bed on. Is that what you would like? Okay, his bed is now heated for the next 10 hours. You try playing Yu-Gi-Oh? You prefer Magic? I've never really gotten into actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I collected these when I was much, much younger. And I've just basically received some from friends over the years, so I have some like weird mismatch packs. But very little, anything like nothing's actually like new. The only like I said, my main hobby is, you know, Warhammer 40k. That's the one that I've always kind of had. I've had peaks and troughs with that because ultimately Warhammer 40k is a great hobby when you can afford it and a terrible hobby when you can't. Like most hobbies, I'll be honest. Like, you know, when my back was good, I was very much into airsoft, another non-cheap hobby. But can't really do airsoft as easily when my back is as dodgy as it is. Yep. Ooh. You should probably get your bag sorted for DreamHack. What do you mean your bag sorted for DreamHack? That's like over a week away. You don't even know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh, I think, is easier because I played the Yu-Gi-Oh Game Boy Advance game, which might be me showing my age. Some people in chat may not even know what a Game Boy Advance is. Actually, if you don't know what a Game Boy Advance is, I'm not sure you're old enough to ride this ride. I'm going to be honest with you. That sounds kind of like insanity. Nightmare Troubadour. I think that was yes, wasn't it? I remember. Oh, what was it? The game that I had was it was a tournament. It was in a city. You had one battle a day, and you could basically move around the city and encounter different opponents. You had to fight. the Millennium, the organization behind the Millennium Eye, and a whole bunch of things. I'm not even sure what that one was, but my favorite thing about it was that on that version of the game, you could enter the code on the bottom of the cards. If I show you, for example, on the bottom of Pot of Greed here, in the bottom left, it's a magic card that chroma keys out the color. Chroma keys out. Here you go. If I show you this on the bottom of Blue Eyes White Dragon, you'll see on the bottom corner there's a number code. You are actually able to redeem those like codes into the game and build your deck inside of the game, which was really cool. I really enjoyed doing that because actually that connection between, I mean, obviously very, very good marketing gimmick, but that meant that actually like I could play the deck that I played in real life with my friends in the game, and I could learn how my deck worked, which was really neat. It was like a cool thing to do. That's waiting for materials. I should probably do some of this. Let's just get them to also make some houses, because like they probably shouldn't be homeless. That's not great for them, I'll be honest. Hi, are you back? Are you coming up here? Coming up? Yeah, you are. Hello, you're such a good boy. You're such a nice cat, aren't you? Oh, you want to sit on the windowsill? Okay. Okay. Elder D Cannon always made you laugh? Nice. Nice. The Game Boy Classic Lego set, you had to explain what it was? Oh no. Sorry, we are getting very distracted. I'm sorry if there are any like Timberborn purists here who are frustrated with my slow progress. Today's more of a chill day, like I'm trying to save energy for later in the week. I'm having a think about the subathon, how I want to do it, because I've got it set up for an uncapped subathon. But I have some concerns, and I was talking to Thor about this last night, because actually I'm a little bit like worried about the subathon for silly reasons. First of all, B's not well, which doesn't help with my stress, and like that's the whole thing. But I kind of know that the day the subathon hits, we'll do really, really well, and everything will be fine. And then the day after will be the day that my grandma chooses to pass away or get sick just to spite me. It's just the way that the universe works, and I can kind of sense it not happening, you know how you just kind of get that weird heebie-jeebies. You're like, something's going to go wrong. Like that's it's just you just know. You just know. So I'm trying to think about how to do it, but also be flexible. You don't want to call a bong. Exactly. Yeah, we don't want to call a bondulance for the subathon for me or for anyone else. So I'm working through it. It's my first time, doing a subathon. I'm just. Hi, do you want outside? Do you want a cuddle? Because you can't make your mind up what you're poking. He keeps on tapping the window like he wants to go out, but then he also keeps on looking towards me like he wants a head rub. I can't quite make my mind up. Outside? Hi? Did I move this? Is this falling down? Meow, I know. Yeah, you're such a cat. Hi, little baby boy. It's just those kind of things. You know how it is. I deal with several things. Okay, we built a water pump. In addition to water, beavers need food. Gatherers automatically gather berries within the gatherer flag's range. You can see the range when placing the flag. Build a gatherer flag near some berry bushes. That means we're probably going to need a whole, like... How do we flag food? Hey, we have one house for one Prat, Hades Gamma, and Sindri. You decide to go outside via this 2-foot thick brick wall. That's how it kind of feels sometimes with me. You just sat there. Outside? Okay, I'm gonna open the give me a second, let me reach around. Want the window open. Out there. Oh yeah, you did want that open, okay. You just didn't show it in the normal way. Okay, he's now sat out on the windowsill. Oh, we built the gatherer flag. You can see the ranger in place. So that it'll gather all of the berries on this area, is my understanding. A gulp of fresh water gets you pumped. Woo! Yeah, I'm just trying to work through it. It's just, you know, I always said that I'll be very honest with you guys about like the mental load of streaming and how it kind of works, and like that is something that's on my mind because you guys do an awful lot to support me, and I'm incredibly grateful, and I don't want to let you guys down as part of it. And I know that's part of how I'm seeing it rather than the way that you guys see it, but it's still something I think about. Something more nutritious. Build a farmhouse to plant and harvest crops. Okay, so let's plant this here, so we have some options as for space. Because realistically, while I've got the lodges over here now, I kind of want the lodges where like I want to have industry on one side and housing on another, because I feel like that will work better for making sure the beavers are crossing the river and making sure that they get like damp fur, which as far as I remember is really important for them. I could also be on crack. There is that too. The chance is non-zero. But I also remember something about oh, you can plant trees and bushes. Interesting. Once you've unlocked them, you can do that. There's a landscaping. This is a thing. Dams allow some water to pass through a spillway on the top. That would allow water through and leave some blocked up behind it. I can't remember what the effect that dams have on the water is. I think they let it build up more upstream. So if we built one up here, for example, we'd have more of a water supply long term, and it would create the slower amount of water down here, theoretically. I feel like last time I built a dam somewhere up here with like a sluice gate in it. Good morning, Uncommoner. Yes, industry gives you PTSD for reasons. I have no idea why. Did I use the word, I don't know. No, production doesn't work either. Acquisition also doesn't work. We want to see me more than just today. Fair. Fair. He wants to freeze me and give me the cold. What's going to go wrong? He's just sitting there. So what I've done is, some of you said last year that he would probably enjoy a large concrete slab. He didn't really like having a concrete slab that much, but if I put one out in the sun outside the window, he likes to sit where he can see me on the warm slab. So it's like a compromise of, okay, well, I'll accept the slab, but only because you're a silly human. I think I need to put one of these down here and test out how they work. That's going to need 20 logs. That's a lot of logs. I feel like we're going to need to have some better way of managing wood. We need to we need a forester. Oh, I forgot that we need things like this. Science points, which means we need to... How do we do that? Oh, science. Inventor. Very important job. That can go there. It fits perfectly. The slab needs to be warm in the sun. Yeah, he likes that. He likes the slab that gets warm in the morning sun, and he can sit outside the window and stare at me through the window. Just, I'm watching you, Kronos. I'm watching you. It was a big brain idea. Have you ever considered setting up a protruding window box for him? They love it because they're extremely nosy about the world. What I've done is I've got a stack of currently, it's the bottom. I've got a big bag of compost, which is a big wide base, very solid, doesn't move anywhere. On top of that, I've got 3 bags of like thick grain gravel, I guess is how to describe it. Quite like large gravel. And then there's 2 concrete slabs on top of that basically comes to the perfect height of the windowsill so that it creates a large square. Alongside that, the same height as it is a bench, so he can basically walk off of his slab onto the arm of the bench and step down onto the garden bench, so he can sit there and just like lie down in the sun if he wants to be on the bench. And then from that, he can step down onto the ground and walk around as he wants to. I don't want to do too much work inside of the garden, mostly because as a... Hang on, I think I need to shut the window. If you get a lot of background noise through, let me know, because it's not the goal. I don't want to do too much work in the garden because he loves the garden. It's a really important place for him, and I don't want him to be like disrupted, if that makes sense. Just in terms of the way that he kind of gets through day to day. I'd let him free roam. He doesn't free roam far, to be fair, and he doesn't cross the road anymore, which is why I'm okay with it. Your cat is wind powered, as you discovered last night. Oh no, I'm sorry. But again, I know that B won't be around forever. Like I said, he's 16. I'm giving him the best possible life I can. But you know, he's 5 years, 10 years down the line, I might make a protruding window box for another cat. Hello, Salamander. How are you doing today, buddy? Easy, like a drug. Oh wait, can you guys not hear in game? Maybe you could. How are you doing, Salamander? Withering Mines grew up. We found wood and water, a new beginning. We need to build the efficient farmhouse. That's what we're currently waiting on. We're currently harvesting wood for it, but I want to prioritize getting the inventor set up first because science points are helpful. That means we can get a forester, which helps me deal with the fact that these trunks aren't working. Fine. You're totally indoor. Yeah, see, B came to me as an outdoor cat, and I haven't got the heart to keep him inside. It wouldn't be right to keep him away from the world. It feels wrong to me as a concept to try and shut him away from the environment that I know that he prefers. Like, he loves being outside. There's nothing like it for him. So it would be difficult for me to ever put him in a position where like that wasn't the norm for him. So this will be built next. Sweet. Can't get all required materials because we're still harvesting logs. This one we built first, and then we've got to do the rest of this. It's been my first cat. I've never owned a cat specifically before, but I've had cats move in with me. So it will be very different, I think, for me when I have a kitten or 2 kittens or foster cats or whatever that it ends up being, of any kind. It's going to be interesting, yeah. Okay, so I've got 1 homeless beaver. I need to make 1 more lodge. If I build that going down there, hopefully I can use that to build on top of these, and we can... I don't know if I can, like, landscape enough that I can create my own little water reservoirs that won't dry up, but I don't know. You should be... Yeah, you are higher priority, the efficient farmhouse. Is it the first cat that's owned me? No, there was a cat that moved into my other house before I moved to where I am now, who moved in with me because her owner was taken to hospital. She was a very, very elderly lady who loved the cat, but was just too elderly to be by herself. And, so that was kind of the first cat who moved in with me, like, full time. But in terms of, like, such a long time, that was only for 6 to 8 months. B's been with me for 3 years now, which is wild when I think about it. And there's a lot that I've learned, a lot more that I've learned from looking after B than I would say, like, when I was looking after the other cat. Yeah. And I think that every single cat is so different in different ways. Like with B, the answer has really been let him come to me, let him find what he's comfortable with, because actually at first he was very happy to be to be petted, to be given attention, to be fed, but he wasn't what I would call as loving. It took him a while to not necessarily warm up, but just be fully comfortable. You could tell that he was always kind of like watching out, making sure he was safe, prioritizing himself. It wasn't until maybe a year or so in that he really like fully trusted me a lot. I would probably say it started to change in the kind of 9 months, so the middle of 2024 or so. When the summer got warmer, I was spending quite a lot of time outside, because what would normally happen would be that a normal morning I would wake up, I would do my morning meetings, I would go outside about 10 o'clock and sit outside till about 11, just doing some kind of quiet work or doing some research, or like we call it horizon scanning. So horizon scanning in regulatory speak is what you're doing is you're looking at upcoming regulation, you're looking at upcoming legal cases or issues that might change regulation, so you can have a bit more of an idea of what is coming information-wise down the line or work-wise, so that you can manage your resources long-term. So doing that hour or so outside every day in the sun over summer, I think was really nice, because B would come outside and sit with me and was always really excited when I would do that. So over time, I think he got more and more happy and comfortable just with kind of spending time with me outside. And then he wants to come inside more and more. Winter rolled around, it was colder, and he decided that he wanted to be inside every single day. So at that point, we had to kind of find a way to make that work. And what we ended up doing was I rigged up a system in the back where we have a sliding door on the back near side of the property, near the side pass. So B would just kind of come around and he'd sit by that door if we were in the living room. And at one point I was like, you know what? I can just kind of deal with the cold on this side of the house. So we put in, I basically took the oil radiator that I used to use for my ferrets many, many years ago, put that into the living room and basically just created kind of like a cat nest near the door for him, so that if he was cold and wanted to come in, he could basically let himself in and just go straight into that and warm up. And then we just left the door open and blocked with like curtains, etc., so that it was only basically just a cat-sized square at the bottom. And yeah, that room stayed cold all of winter, but it meant that he could come and go as he pleased without anyone needing to open the door, without him asking to be let in, let out. And I think that really helped build a level of trust with him, that he just had complete freedom to come and go whenever he wanted to, without having to interface with a cat flap or interface with anything like that. He just had complete freedom. And I think that really helped. And I think that what will happen will be that what I will likely do in the future is like when B has moved on and passed on and I'm ready for the next cat, whether that's here, whether that's at another house in future. Because I think actually one thing that will be really difficult for me is when I moved in here, B was here. I must stop getting upset. Give me a second. We'll stop thinking about this one. Hello, Cranium Guy. How are you doing? It's good to see you, buddy. Hello, fellow Beaver enjoyers. Indeed. Yeah, we are playing Timberborn. Yeah, I should probably focus on doing the characters. There are people who are very, very good at this game who are probably like, Ronos, why are you playing the game? We will we'll continue playing. Prioritized action is going to be planting. We're to plant carrots. So plant crops, carrot. We would like to do... If I do that entire area there, 11 by 8. Wait, is that planted in the water? No, that's planted on the edge. You never expect me to progress fast? Because, yeah, you know that I'm going to get distracted. And I'm not Dutch. Indeed, I am playing Dutch Factorio. That is true. Yeah. Good morning, PC Tech. How are you doing? No, like I was saying, in future, what will likely happen will be when I move house after B's passed on, or, you know, if I get another cats here, I'll probably get a couple of rescues, like a couple of brothers or something, and just like have them have a safe place or a safe environment. Because if they're indoor cats, I can just close off the cat flap, which we already have. That's fine. And if they're outdoor cats, then we can kind of teach them about the road and stuff and just kind of manage the behaviors. It's about learning about it, I think. It's about being able to do that safely at the time when the time is right. But I think that what I've really learned across the past kind of 5 or so years of cats moving in with me is that Yeah, I think that cats are the right pet for me. I think that, and there are so many local like every time I'm, you know, every time I was like thinking about getting a cat before, you look at the local rescue sites and there's dozens of cats within 30 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, all of which need homes, all of which just need a bit of love, and like, cool, that's what I'll do. If money was no object at all, I would probably consider starting a cat rescue, yeah, thinking about it. You have barn cats, so in winter you have a couple of hutches set up made from large storage bins. They're lined with straw and towels, and just a warming pad at the base that kicks on if it drops below 4 Celsius. Yeah, so I as a teenager, some of you probably won't know this actually. I don't know if I've talked about this before. I had a rabbit when I was a teenager. It was mostly my sister's pet, but she wasn't the best at looking after him all the time. You know, kids are often variable about whether they remember to do things for pets or not. So it just became one of the things that I picked up doing quite a lot, looking after him. And that taught me, I think, the mechanics of looking after an animal. But I don't think I ever really bonded emotionally with the rabbit in the same way that I have with cats at any point. But yeah, we had an outside, so he had an outside hutch over winter. And one of the things that I did for him was I found one of those kind of heating. It was actually the first time I was playing around with like soldering my own kind of stuff, messing around with circuits, messing around with any kind of basic computing. Basically, just rigged up a heat sensor so that when it went below 5 degrees Celsius outside, the heat pad would come on to a variable strength depending on how cold it was, so that it was always warm enough underneath his straw in his hutch for him over winter. And he lived to be, how old was he? I think he lived like 11 years in total. It was from we were like, yeah, he did quite well. Unfortunately, one of the things that happened, the reason I loved that rabbit was he was kind of hilarious. There was a local cat who was not particularly kind to our neighbor's pet turtle. They had tortoise. They had a tortoise called Boris, who was 84. I'm fairly sure 84 years old Boris when I was a teenager. So like it was their grandparents' pet, and they'd been passed down like to the kids. But there was a local cat that would come and bother the tortoise and just kind of like push it around. One day we got a knock on the front door, and it was a neighbor from up the road holding the rabbit covered in blood. And I was like, ugh. I was probably only 14 or so at the time. What had happened was that the cat had broken into the hutch over, very early in the morning, taken the rabbit, and basically played with it. Wilbur, the rabbit, was completely unhurt. Unfortunately, what had happened was that the cat had cornered him, and rather than having because he had nowhere to run, he lashed out with his back legs and caught the cat just above the cat's eye. And the cat just like dropped him in the garden and legged it inside. And he wasn't a big rabbit. He was only a Netherland dwarf, but he did kick the shit out of the cat. And the cat needed 3 stitches. Absolutely fine, but never came back to the garden ever again. So he was kind of hardcore. Yeah, defender of the garden. Yeah, he was also, we knew he was kind of hardcore. So after that, we were kind of like, well, okay, yeah, the outside hutch is a bit more a risk. And actually after that, I spent a whole weekend creating a second layer of wire, and then creating spaces so that even if you tore the first layer of wire, that most of the hutch would like flex to absorb it. Because actually, knowing that a cat could get through what was actually reasonably kind of thick wire or work its way around, a hutch of some kind. Like, boxes are generally about as big or about as strong as your average household cat. and I just wasn't comfortable with the security of it. If a cat could get through it, then construction lacks materials. It's wood. Yeah, it is. Okay. Plant carrots. Okay, I need to plant more of these. That's what I need to do. Instead of getting a guard dog for your chickens, get a goose or geese. I mean, the thing with geese and, well, keeping any kind of poultry, particularly chickens, you do get an exponential increase in your chance of rats because I think of the way chickens eat food, if I understand correctly. So if you're in an area that's prone to rats, you might need to have guard geese to keep your chickens safe. Not to mention if you're in somewhere like the US, where you have actual predators that are left around. Or, you know, parts of, you know, actual Europe where, again, you've got nature that's actually left. Because some of your forefathers were like, you know what? We don't need any animal larger than a badger, and except for deer, which we use for hunting. I don't agree with it, but that's what my ancestors decided in the UK was normal. Adjusting working hours is one way to manage your settlement. Longer work days mean faster progress, but every evening beavers need time to relax and sleep. Don't push them too hard for too long. For now, let's increase the working hours a little. Set working hours to 18. Okay. 18 working hours. Science. We've done science. Many buildings have some built-in storage, but it fills up quickly. Build a large pile to store more logs. Each storage building holds a single good. You can set the stored good after selecting the building. Build a large pile. I might put one of these near each of the, Oh, that's almost perfect. I'm kind of tempted to do that, actually. No, I'll do that for now. It's something I can undo that more easily. Just imagine a cat clinging to a running dog. Oh, no. Oh, you've seen a mouse get into a chicken coop? Mouse discovered that chicks will chase mice. Chickens will chase a lot. Like, if it's smaller than a chicken, chickens are brutal. Like, chickens will protect their flock, their herd. They are a mental group. Like, that's a whole thing. But most animal, like, if an animal like a cat is hunting for food, you'll get a very different outcome than you would if that animal is hunting effectively for fun. Because you kind of have to remember that, like, a cat that's hungry is willing to do more and be more... take more risks. The hungrier an animal is, the more at risk those animals are. So as long as you're feeding your cats well, you know, they're not going to do as much, potentially, as they might do if they're desperate. Whereas if you're somewhere like, you know, America, where you've got coyotes, etc., they are hunting animals. Like, they are wild. They will want food. That's the whole thing. Chickens will eat, chickens will eat everything. Pigs as well will eat everything. So yeah, animals that you don't necessarily want to don't want to ignore. That can store wood as well. Go overnight. I want to make some grinding wheels because I'm worried that these guys might chip their teeth. If you stop feeding Bailey, you have to sleep with one eye open. I mean, you should never stop feeding an animal that relies on you, is my view on it. But yeah, like, ultimately, I've taken a measure of responsibility for B. And so I wouldn't want to not feed him. Like, you feed your cats well so they don't get fat and they don't feel the need to take off the local wildlife. B has always gone for local wildlife by choice. But, like, I will try and do everything I can to stop him from doing that. That's always the goal, you know? I feel like I can do this now. And then if I do that and I make a path across the bridge, I can use that to make... I feel like I can use that to make like a chill area over here for my beavers. And they should travel, I will hope, so I can start kind of colonizing the other side of the water and start managing it over here. Has he stopped hunting? Nope, he's restarted recently. On Saturday, while I was out, he brought Spare Human a mouse. Chat, the ads are about to start. I'm going to go and grab a drink of water because I'm running low. Please make sure you're standing up, stretching, you're getting a drink, you're taking care of yourself, getting some food. Coffee isn't a real substitute for food long term. Don't do that. That's not really an answer. I'll be right back. Hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome back from the advertisements. How are we doing? Good to see you all. How is it going up there? I found B. He's upstairs asleep on Spare Human's bed. Nice. It means that he's away from the loud noises outside because somebody else nearby is getting their garden done. All liquids are stored in tanks. This includes the water we've been pumping. Build small tank. War, we're building tanks for the beavers. Horrifying. Storage. Small tank. You put one next to there. And two up here. And then I can't multi-select them, that's a shame. But we can set them all manually to water, that's very doable. Fine, okay. And then we go back onto build. Tank, are we going to war? I'm not sure that we're ready for beaver war. I'm not sure that the wood war 2 is allowed. I'm going to be honest with you, that was an awful joke. That was real bad. See, look, we've got no more trees down here, which becomes a problem. Now, if I remember correctly, I can go to wood. I can build a forester. It does cost me some science points, but, like, this will mean that I can actually start, like, regrowing the trees in an area. As far as I remember. You chuckled a bit. I'm glad. A small chuckle. That's for me. That counts as a win. You know, I'm fine with that. But yeah, so I've been thinking about the subathon. Obviously, because I promised this to you guys like way back when, like last year, September kind of time, really quite early on. You need planks for that. That makes sense. That's why it won't get built then. But we've started to get there. Actually, that's also a bad idea. Cancel this. If I build it up here where there's still logs, that will work better. It's going to take quite a few logs, so that's a whole thing. Are you traveling all the way up to here to cut wood down? No, you're only going to go as far as you can. So nothing up here is getting cut down. I feel like last time we did really well by building through to here and breaking through the natural dams. I didn't know that there was a route through there, though. Ooh. This game has you losing sleep? You thought you'd play for an hour, 4 past in minutes? Wow. What do you mean? Oh, I'm gonna need power as well. God damn it. Oh, power wheel? Perfectly. We can make a beaver power wheel. I feel like that's the wrong species, but I guess it works. Okay, so we're gonna need quite a few logs to get our next tier of things working, but fine. The Wheel of Shame. Oh no. I'm gonna get chat to choose beavers to add to the the beaver Wheel of Shame. That's gonna work. Oh, we've got new beavers to name. Hold on, chat. New beavers have dropped. We've got Wyhona. We've got Luther. We've got Oberon the Pirate. Oberon, you have... I've got that the wrong way around. It's Oberon, isn't it? Yeah. My bad. Old man Tony. And we've got Philly. Nice. Good to see you all. There we go. Let me redeem those. Thank you all very much for taking part. Appreciate it. You guys rock. Beaver Child. Ooh, Luther's got plus 5% run speed from their well-being. Good job, Luther. Luther go brrr. Can you dibs the first turn in the wheel? We might be able to do that. We might. I'll see what we can do, Luke. It depends on how well behaved you've been, or how poorly behaved you've been. One of the two. Good morning, Lamina. How are you? Two freaks enter, 4 freaks leave is how we spread the word of freak. Don't freak out. The main thing. So the priority one is going to end up being this. I should probably move, like, make another lumberjack flag up there, and then deactivate this one. If I pause this lumberjack flag and I make another lumberjack flag up the top where there's more space, that will probably just work better. And then Lilithian will go there. There we go. What about going in the wheel for getting greater rage? Perfect. You know what? Fair enough, Luke. If that's your chosen reward, I'm here for that. That was incredible. I liked it. I did say your name. That was the joke, freak. Yes, that's why I said don't freak out. That was part of the fun. You've fallen into my trap. You've activated my trap card, and as a result, I'm gonna play Pot of Greed to draw one Space Marine Jump Captain from my desk to my hand and start opening that. Because I know that Bailey is asleep upstairs, and therefore I can probably use the glue without there being as many creatures affected by the smell of glue. Now, chat, I'm going to tell you, for legal reasons, to make sure that you only ever use glue in a well-ventilated and safe environment, having checked for all kinds of cross-contaminants and being very aware of everything you're going on around you. That's my legal disclaimer done. We are going to make sure that that's, like, clipped. So let me just see what I'm doing here. Where is the little... This one... Yeah, that one. Should have worked. So for legal reasons, we're all good. So I'm just... How did I just yeet that across the room so effectively? That was wild. Right. Under the desk. Is it strawberry flavored glue? No, it's Tamiya extra thin cement. So it's glue flavored glue. Have we got more beavers? I think we might have more beaver. We do. We have one more beaver, chat. We've got a beaver for Wig Diddley. Nice. Wig Diddley. Done. You've been enbeavered. Congratulations. I'm also remembering to enbeaver people. Tamiya like the RC's cars. Yes, Tamiya like the paint brand and glue maker. Tamiya Extra Thin is a fine vintage. It's possibly my favorite vintage of glue. I love normal Tamiya glue as well. We've got the normal Tamiya cement. So you've got Tamiya cement and Tamiya Extra Thin cement. If you want, you know, the diet option. If you're on a diet, chat, you're going to want the extra thin cement. If you're fine with full fat cement, then so be it. It's like Pepsi and Diet Pepsi. The whole thing. Okay, we've done the water tanks. Let's see. Finally, let's prepare for some storage of berries. We should also get ready for the upcoming carrot harvest. Food, just like many other boxed goods, is stored in warehouses. Build medium warehouse. Set medium warehouse to berries. Set medium warehouse to carrots. I don't think I have unlocked stairs yet, have I? 70? Jesus. I mean, we could do it. If I unlock stairs, and then I go to here... Okay, so it's getting up onto the... I didn't solve my problem, really. Damn. Okay, never mind. Actually, it does solve my problem. What am I talking about? Oh no, maybe it also doesn't solve my problem, and I'm still an idiot. Hang on. Hang on. Does the medium warehouse let me store wood in it? If I put that there, that will let me build off of the walls better. Okay, we can do that. Oh, that's going to also require planks. Again, don't have planks yet. These are slowly growing. Birch trees. Okay, so we could unpause you temporarily to get a little bit more wood down here, but realistically, we're just waiting for these guys to finish harvesting things. Okay, so our power wheel is working. Did you say that we wanted to make, you know, see if we can get, like... Oh, lukewarm isn't on our list, so I can't make Luke work in there. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Harpy is in charge of the power wheel, so Harpy's there, you know, working hard, walking around. And then, you know, RP will eventually be the one powering the lumber mill. Exciting, right? Good job. I can put Mr. Greggles the squirrel if it fits. Sure. If that's the request, Balthazar, sure, we can do that. Nothing in range. You're not finished yet, are you? Actually, downgrade the preference on that one. Make the medium warehouse. Set to... Do we have to make two? I need to make 2 medium warehouses. Okay. One of them is to make to collect berries. Bot heads, punch cards, but what? I need to make another one of these. I didn't realize I need to make 2 of them. That's my bad. I think if I do... If I do that... If I can unlock platforms at some point, we shouldn't be too hard with invention. I can then basically put platforms up here and just fill these in to make the spaces work. Are you out of areas that you can harvest? No. That's not true. Up here works. Can you not get there? Do I need to make a path? Oh. How do I clear or delete something? Demolish? Demolish this piece of road. Yes. Addition to make the Ian the Woodchuck chuck wood. I'm not sure that you should, you know, only let Ian the Woodchuck do what they are, you know, what's in their name. I think there's more to Ian than that. And I think that Ian deserves the right to make more of themselves than just chucking wood. A drought is approaching. That's not ideal. We should store our carrots. Oh, well, our dam isn't going to get finished either. That's also going to be a problem. Okay, let's see if that's enough to get some more of the logs we need in time, but I don't know if it will be. We're quite a long way to travel with them. If we can get the dam finished in time, that will be a lot easier. Like, if that works, then great, but I don't know if we will. Kind of the problem. We've got 11 logs there in total. We've got 1 day or 2 days until the drought comes. If I need advice, Elklaw has played a lot of this game. Elklaw, how long have you played of this game? That's another 2. We're going to need 3 more journeys. That's 1 more. Got a hauler coming down again now with 1. We need 1 more hauler after this. Okay, so the dam, as far as I understand it, the dam should retain some water behind it for longer after the drought finishes. It shouldn't drain all the way through, is my understanding. That means that we've got 90 liters of water in storage. We're working on our lumber mill. That lumber mill will mean that we can slowly make a forester. That will then mean that we can make... Yeah, there's the knock-on effect there kind of just about works, I think. If we make a couple more of the lumberjack flags, if I make another one up here, that will probably work best. I could then deactivate one of these. Oh, I've already got some down here deactivated. You're definitely not the best. 500... Okay, that's a lot of experience. I also know that Luther and other people have got a lot of experience. So if I'm struggling later on, what we may do is bring on one of the mods like Luther, for example, to come and help out with it. Because that would just be... That would be nice. So, you know, bring on Elklaw to give some advice if Elklaw wants to do it. But there's never any pressure. But one thing I will be doing today is walking you guys through making a Warhammer model. Because some of you won't have made the models before, you've only seen me paint them, and this will give you an idea of what goes into the stage before you paint them. How do I enjoy a Bober game? B-O-B-E-R? Your husband's got almost 600 hours? A fan of beavering away then, I'm sure. Okay, so the lumber mill is now producing planks. I don't know where we're storing planks. That's a problem apparently for future Chronos to deal with. An underground pile. That's an interesting way of doing things. I'm just going to put the lumber mill storage up here for now, I think. If I let that store planks, then with the planks can at least go somewhere, which would be good. And then they can start making the foresters, which means that we can start getting more of the wood back, so our wood economy is fixed just in time for the drought to start. Oh no, okay, so the drought is actually currently going on. It's difficult to know what the difference in the drought was, because, like... Oh, I guess the water is slowly drying up. I think the dam is actually really helping us with that. By my understanding, the drought should have made all the water drop fully, but the water isn't draining out fast enough because we've got, you know, the dam. Luther said that at some point it all becomes self-sufficient. That is interesting. Okay, so housing. 2 beavers are better than 1. Houses improve your beaver's well-being and allow your... Okay, let's slow the speed down while I do this. Build lodge 6. We've done 6 lodges. We've actually got 7 lodges. More beavers. Beavers do not reproduce unless there are empty housing slots. We've done that. We've had a kit. And droughts. We've survived our first droughts. They're part of the seasonal cycle and become longer over time. So we've now got a few things. Plower and planks. Build a water wheel. So we haven't actually made our plank infrastructure down here on the water, but I think that what we'll do now is we'll follow this tutorial for making planks over on the other side of the water, so here. If I make the water wheel along this long straight stretch, that would probably help. So that's a power shaft. That will transfer the power further in. So if we just keep letting this play through now. Because these guys are building up a good supply of planks. We're building some planks so we can keep our future going. And we are getting more logs. These foresters... How do I mark a forestry area? Plants, trees, and bushes. Let's say 30 days to get 8 wood, 12 days to get 3. Wait. Okay, so the type of tree we... Oh, yeah. The type of tree we grow gives us, depending on... We need to make, like, multiple batches. If I do a small batch of birch trees, a slightly larger batch of pine trees... Quite a large batch of chestnut trees, and I work my way up, we should basically hopefully get a staggered harvest of trees. I feel like this might not be the most efficient way of doing this, but... Ooh, demolish this. Nice, okay. I wonder if the board of Crafton are going to fire their CEO. It's a very interesting proposition, but, like, Crafton will have made those actions on behalf of advice received from legal. Like, so there's going to be a whole amount of... a whole thing of kind of, like, passing the blame, I think, taking place here, and I wouldn't get too hung up too early, because it's all to play for still, I think. It's one of those ones, again, where the weight of the community makes a big difference, and I'm glad the community focus on it is on the right path. But I don't know enough about the specifics of the case to really tell people how it's going to go either way. So I would just caution people on getting too committed too early to a specific course of judgment. because we don't really know everything that's been going on inside. There's a lot that doesn't make sense on first reading. I need to do a lot more in-depth dive. I didn't know they could replant berry bushes. That's kind of good. Oh no! Royal Icing died of old age. Well-being. Is there like a graveyard I can build for them? Monument? Okay, no. Okay, unfortunately, some of our lovely beavers have started to pass away. Unfortunately, we have started to lose some of the cohort. But Tanda, you are now in. We've got Blammo Sound. And we also have Diesel. Mark as complete. We are getting through these. Thank you all for doing this. Good fun. I like having the community members, you know, fill in. It was revealed in court that Krafton CEO had consulted ChatGPT to help create a Project X strategy to remove the founders. Well, that's horrifying. John O'Clock, your name is not on the waiting list. No. Have we had a John O'Clock? We haven't. No. Imagine using ChatGPT to make your legal strategy. Come on. It genuinely blows my mind. An AI like that can't really configure strategy in the same way that people think it can. It's not that good. You don't have a point to redeem? Oh, I'm sorry, John. We can up our speed a bit while we're doing this. See, we're planting ourselves some trees. Haha. So in 7 in-game days, that the birches will start to be grown, then we'll start basically jumping up. So, you know, it's about processing them through. The oak trees will take 30 days, but they'll give 8 wood each, which is great. Gimo was born. Oh no, Harpy died of old age. I'm sorry, Harpy. I'll allow that if you want, Timid Snow. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, unfortunately we lost Harpy. Yeah, indeed. Very sad. Phil stepped in to power the power wheel in future. Okay, so we're good on water. You are good at growing. We can get water to come down into here somehow. That could be quite good. That involves clearing through up here again, which is the whole process we did last time. I think what we need to do first is probably create a dam up top here to create a second stage of water storage. Because that will mean that we can, once we've unlocked this, we can probably cross up here. This will become a reservoir, which will then flow down here. That said, does this water flow out anywhere? No, it just flows in. So if we flood this area up top, turn this into a bit of a wetlands, this will be quite nice. A floodgate would be more useful. I don't think I've got floodgates unlocked yet. Oh, we can afford them. Alternatively, if I get the double ones, I can build a double floodgate in this section up here. I think up here is better. Let water down in a drought if I need to. Yeah, so it's on demand. But I do want it to obviously flow down normally. And I normally use floodgates if I want to cut water flow off entirely. So would I use a dam and a floodgate? Or would I use a levee and a floodgate? Is that what we're saying? Because dam will still let some water over the top of it, whereas the levee won't. Yeah, you can. So I can make a levee with a floodgate, and the levees, and just use the floodgate as the only method of water flow. Then is that what we're saying? Yeah. Okay, I'll need to make a path out there, but that's very doable. And just do this. I will actually need to make these stairs, but it's okay because I've got planks now, so that's fine. 36 planks isn't bad. Oh, so they are actually demolishing that. Nice. They'll give us some water up here. Do we actually ever find a way to to actually change the level of the terrain itself so we can make this lower or higher? When we get to that stage of industry, of development, can we be truly powerful beavers, you know? My other option is to move into like housing that fits more beavers in it, and then I can build those on the far side of the water so that we can create wet beavers whenever we need them. We built the water wheel. We now need to make another lumber mill, so let's do that. Wood. Lumber mill. So I build a lumber mill there, and I make another... two of those, and I make a forester here as well. And also do a water, and if I go storage, I can put a small tank here. And put a small pile in there, and then I can make a little path area to turn this into a small little resource sector. So this can become log storage, can go there. You can also be log storage. No, that can be plank storage, I think. I think that's planks for now. That's a whole area for them to build. I think we need more planks to build that, so they need to be transported. Oh, thank you very much, Wyhona, for thanking PC Tech. It's very kind of you. PC Tech, thank you again for gifting that, or rather, thank you, full stop, for giving a gift sub to Wyhona. It's very kind of you. And Uncommoner as well, thank you very much for your 10 months resub. I need to turn that sound up. I think. I'll add that to my list of things to do. 1 second. Done. Done. Reminder set. Trying to remind myself to do things. Nellis, if you are here... Actually, Nellis might not be here. Let me send him a message. I need a reminder for a reminder. Sorry, Kines. I've sent the message into the group chat. There are a few more, you know, the emote that you've created. There are a few more at the end of the break before last, about 50 minutes ago, that I did as well, which will also work, and we'll have fixed lighting. Okay, so we've got Miss Vapalot. And we've got Timid Snow. Oh, Timid Snow. T-Bids now. There we go. That name, oh my, that's Twitch terms of service allows for it. That's fine. If Twitch say it's okay, then who am I to judge? Let's wait until they finish. So that's made the lumber mill. I just wanted to finish off all of these areas first. Sindri is the woodcutter here. Sindri and Tanda. Cut trees. We'll mark all of these trees for cutting. And then we'll mark on this one. On the forester, we'll go plant trees and bushes. And I want this forester to basically plant oak trees everywhere else. The goods for this, we want to store water. Okay, so wood production is going well. We're doing well on planks. We're a little bit low on logs, but I think the main issue we're having is that there's buildings that are unstaffed because we just haven't got enough beavers. Ooh, have we got another beaver born? We do. Zibajin. No, not Zibajin. You are that cranium guy. That's where the smell is coming from? How could you? You're waiting for Mr. Greg Squirrel. We're going to get there. Don't worry. Can't remember. I think that was Balthazar's request, wasn't it? No, Balthazar was for John. No, I've lost track of who was who. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm having a strong call of ambulance. I think that what I want to do is focus on housing. If I focus on making like a large lodge, what do you need? You need 35 logs to make. You need 20 logs to make. You're currently using 3-man lodges. Mini lodges are 1-person ones. Ooh, wow, a triple lodge is tall. Too high. There's a double lodge. Feel like I'm going to unlock the triple lodge through it. I'm going to shut down this. How do I turn off? I can pause it at the top, can't I, instead? Do that. I want to save up logs for a while instead. So if I do this, this storage will start filling up. You fully grown. Nice. So I can reactivate this one, start gathering more logs. And I can do a little bit of sequence breaking in which I possibly, you know, manage this slightly differently. Can we cut down crops? Oh, yeah, I can mark resource demolition. Okay. I would probably like to cut a bit of a line here. Well, now we're making carrots. I want to clear out some of the space so I can use it for transport, right? So if I do that, I can then do this kind of road that crosses up here, and we make another dam structure up here. I can then create basically a closed off set of dams that as they drop, they'll go in stages. If we make another set of dams here, which also work as a bridge, we can then build that path across here, connect this up so it's not quite as broken, and I can start putting homes on this side. MCBD30, thank you very much, dude. That's really kind of you to say. You said thanks for great content for 7 months. I really do appreciate that. That's really kind of you to say. You know, I try quite hard. I'm never sure whether the content I'm doing is great or good or not, but I'm just glad that you guys enjoy it and it makes a difference for some of you, because that's kind of the only really goal that matters. So I'm very grateful that you guys are here and you guys give me the positive feedback, and like, you know, when you tell me when something works and doesn't work, and you know, you don't pull the punches when something doesn't work or you don't like something, and I appreciate that. You know, it's I'm very, very lucky. Reservoir, that's what we're aiming to make. Yes. Yeah, so I think we're going to work on triple lodges, and then they can just cross to and from. We'll have a whole like housing area. Housing, triple lodge. Is the entrance on the second floor? Did I make a mistake here? Yes. I did. That second dam might bite you. The pool with the water pump just got halved for when you're in drought. Yes. Potentially, you're right. I might need to replace the dam in the middle with a floodgate instead. But I can't afford those yet. So this is kind of managing what I've got. How come every time I'm buying them? Right, if I do this, if I'm clever about this, I can probably make this work well. I do that one there. I can then do a housing behind it with a triple lodge. And if I do stairs up here, a path that runs up here, I can then put... It's not well-being, is it? Oh, it is, yeah. Teeth grindstone. And that means a tooth grindstone on this side of the water as well. It's almost like I know what I'm doing when I definitely don't. But this is just all using logs and a few planks are going to get used for the stairs. That kind of layout is quite convenient. I can probably do this multiple times. Water's probably not too much of an issue with this difficulty. I'd still want to know what I'm doing wrong. So I do appreciate you guys telling me when you think that something isn't the best call. It does help me. Yeah. I think if I do this... I think that building the levee... The problem is doing it at an angle sucks. Landscaping. Levee, I can unlock floodgate first. More needed, I think. The floodgate should probably be about there-ish for maximum flow. I think the levees can be used to control the flow quite a bit. So I think if I recall correctly, I can kind of divert the flow to speed up things. I wonder if they've changed lodges so that they affect water. You could build lodges along the riverbanks, and as long as they don't flood, it's great. Oh, what? So you mean I could build that down actually in the water? Like that? That would work quite well. Do you think that I should probably do one? Do you reckon I should do one like this as a test then? I'm guessing that would also block the water flow. Actually, kind of so for like hilariously, I could do something like that. And then just have stairs. Like, that unironically might actually work. I feel like I feel like it might work, but I feel like it won't for some reason. I don't really know why. Oh, this can be used to store plank. No, it can't be used to store planks. It can be used to store carrots. Having the water separated like that, so they can only pull water out of a specific section, can be good, since it would allow some to remain in another section to provide a lush area for your crops to keep growing. True. I could just move the water pump to be the far side and have water storage further up, but I think that what I want to do first is work out how this housing thing works. So let's try this. Let's see if this actually is doable, chat, or if we're on crack. It's solid. It says other buildings can be built on top. That will make it flooded. So this will mean that it's flooded at the bottom. Okay, so this won't work. That's what we're saying. It won't. It only gets flooded if the door is underwater. This is what I want to... Okay, we're going to test it. You know what? I'm just going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to fuck around. On the, you know, the fuck around and find out chart. It's probably quite high. Higher than it needs to be. But we want to try. For science. Exactly. For beaver science, chat. And if I'm right, I can probably connect up those routes. I can use some of this for water storage. Yes, so that says building flooded. When it's going to be, like that medium layout will be flooded, but this actually works. This works really well. See, look, that's you did it, chat. You did it. Good job. Very, very proud of you. I love that. That was whoever's idea that was, uncommoner. That was a very, very good idea. Very, very proud of you. I'm genuinely impressed. We love this. This will probably be how we convert all of our water to be, because I can use this quite effectively instead of the levees. So I can actually have two houses and a floodgate in the middle of it that just becomes the only avenue for the water. So that works amazingly. Now, the ads are going to be here in 15 or so seconds. As a reminder, I pause for ads so that you guys don't miss anything. During that time, I'm going to make sure that I get up and do my stretches, do my physio stuff, so that I don't get killed by my physio or my own spine. Please make sure you look after yourself, descrungle your spine, and get yourself some food, some water. Look after yourselves, and I will be right back. We are here for the long haul, and that means we look after ourselves. Don't let it flood or you have lots of homeless beavers. There, I will be right back. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. Thank you for bearing with. Thank you for sticking with as we do more Timberborn Beaver Science. We appear to have some new kits to name. We've got 6 new kits to name. That's great. We've got Gamgee. No, we've got Pan Meowgi. Speaking of which, Pan Meowgi, I will see you in a bit. Thank you very much for the lurk, bud. Appreciate you. Balthazar, this was for someone else, wasn't it, Balthazar? Let me say Balthazar's one. Ian the Woodchuck. One person here was definitely for John. I'm not sure who it was. I can't remember now. I'm having a moment. You want Greg's? You want Greg the Squirrel. There we go. Mr. Greggles, Squirrel Esquire. Hello, Deluxe. How are you? Tibbet's Nose was for John O'Clock. Yours is Mr. Greggles the Squirrel. We can call him Mr. Greggles Squirrel Esquire. We can go for Mr. Ferrari Llama. I was indeed tricked into watching some of the F1 over the weekend. That was interesting. I do not understand how their electrical systems work, so that's something I will likely go down an ADHD rabbit hole about some point. And Timid Snow was for John O'Clock. Fine, that's what we're doing. You're getting the capital O in the middle there. We can discuss. It's just that they break to like 80% of their battery reserve. And that's... You see them down at 0 and then they're back up at 100. You're like, wait, what? But that's not how it works. Where is the power coming from? Like, there must be some loss. It's a whole thing. Very interesting. We are down to 2 more beavers. Wow. Only 2 of you left in the queue. I'm absolutely smashing the queue. Power comes from the brakes. Well, I know how regenerative braking works. Yeah, but surely power is lost in terms of just driving the vehicle. So where that power is, like in the corners, for example, power is lost. How's that all working? And then when they have lost power, is that it? Are you done for the race? I know cargo vroom vroom, cargo vroom. Like it's a real, the pin underneath the car running on a track in the road. That can't be right. That doesn't sound right. That's wild. 4 drivers didn't start, 4 didn't finish, including Verstappen. It was wild. Yeah, I heard the outcome was wild. It constantly recharges 8 megajoules a lap. How is it getting 8 MJs a lap? Stop. How are you? No, as far as my understanding, Timid Snow, there is no petrol, gas, etc. There's no combustion going on inside of the F1 vehicles, is now my understanding, for environmental reasons. So is there actually like some kind of induction charging going on then from the track? Is that how this all works? If that is how it works, that will make so much sense. But I'm wondering what is called, like, where is that power being generated? That would just block the water and flood the entire area. That would be fine, right? Let's not do that. Innocents and saints, it's weird living anyway. Right, there we go. Let's do these. Let's build some roads. Nice. Half their power is electric this year, half is combustion. Oh, okay, so there is still gas involved. Okay, so they're not fully electric. Nice. Last year, it was more like 80-20. FE is purely electric. That might be what I was thinking of. That's probably still going to flood. We'll find out. They have a V6. Okay, so they do... Okay, so as long as they're still... Okay, that makes more sense. I was under the... I might have been watching FE then. That might have been why. I might have been that I had the idea of FE in my head, but was thinking about the actual mechanics around... around actual F1. So it's likely I watched one and then the other and didn't appreciate the distinction in the switch. Yeah, I've never really got into F1, in case you couldn't notice. The landscaping... Fun. I can replace a dam with a levee after I've made it, can't I? That might be an option. Matt is not a sheep. Thank you very much for the tier 3 sub, Matt. Absolutely awesome of you. Matt, what would you like your Warhammer miniature to be painted as for your tier 3 sub? I'm very appreciative. As a result, I'm painting a Warhammer model as pictured for each tier 3 sub. Here's one that I was working on. Purple, quite a hard color to work with, but this has come out quite nicely. I'm quite happy with the purple effect on this. Even if it does look a little weird in terms of its like color reflectiveness, let me do it like, let me show you like this. If I do this, where is my Elgato camera light control? Do this one, right shoulder, put it to warmth. So if I show you this one, it's come out looking, okay, that's not working. Give me a second. Put that one, that angle. Oh, jeez. Disconnect my wrist. Fine. Who needs wrist? Honestly, very overrated as a joint, chat. Let me press this button. How does that work? Okay. You're not sure if you paid for 2 T3 sub months? Oh, just for the 10-month streak because you upgraded to tier 3 halfway through the month. Oh, that's confusing, but fine. Eggplant of death? Exactly. That's what my purple space marines will be. They'll be the eggplant marines. Science points, forester, make birches. Okay, we did quite a few of those. Well-being. Build campfire. Okay, we'll build a campfire next then. Fine. Well-being. This will be the well-being area of my base. But these lodges are probably more important. So we'll build the lodges first. You'll find another 1 or 2 punny beaver names. That works for me. People are more than free to claim the use your name in game. We've got a few more to do. Nope. We're good on that one. How are we doing on these? So the pine trees are basically growing and being harvested as they are done. Do that. How's this going down here? Okay, all these oak trees are well planted, 25% grown. We're still working through the backlog. Nice, okay. I'm a bit concerned. I'm going to pause these constructions for a second until we've got a floodgate. There's just something that tells me that until we've got a floodgate, building those there might be a bad move. I just had the heebie-jeebies for a second. Seeing the rate of this water flow, all of it going through one squeezed area could be a problem. So until I've got a way to turn the water off up top, I don't think I want to risk it. So let's get them to build this dam. Can I get more haulers? I can. Okay, we are on our final... No, we're not on our final 2 names. We've got 4 more names. Haha, Blinding Knife. And Sally Knits. Some of you will need to resubmit, unfortunately, because it looks like your original beavers have moved on. Very sad, I know, very sad. I like how you can have districts now by the looks of things, which is quite cool. So that will hopefully mean that when we get 2 more people aged up, we'll have a few more builders. Haulers. Haulers will mean that they'll get towards building stuff more quickly, so they can, they can carry stuff up here quicker. Not enough points. There shall only be 1 harpy. Do you want me to make it cheaper? Would that be easier for you guys? I know that for a while it was awfully cheap, but I could, we could do some deflation. I know that we've been doing a lot of gamba recently. You know what? For the next hour, we will run it at a slightly cheaper rate. We'll run it at 5,000. We're on a half price. Save. There we go. Look at that. A flurry of you guys redeeming. Good job. Proud of you all. That will give us a good backlog for many of them. Nice. Thank you. It'll keep our beaver colony all fresh and exciting. So, wait, this isn't cutting down these trees here yet. So you need to actually add these trees in as well. And these ones. And all of these ones. Okay, so we just had a bunch of trees that just like weren't going to be a thing. Whoops. Should probably have paid more attention to what I was doing when I made those. Not the bees! Hello, bees. How are you doing? Good morning to you. Good to see you. As always, how are you doing? You've got a small bet with your fiancé. The McLaren, if they continue like this, will lose their Big 4 status. Ooh. Back to work for you, Judge Freak? Is it because you're back, back to work as a beaver? Is that the plan? I have removed that redeem limit for today, so because we're going to cycle. We're playing this for quite a while, and we're probably going to cycle through names pretty quickly. We are playing on a faster speed. We're unfortunately have to do a bit of a workout this morning, but not succeeded. Do what you can. Like, if like I have days when I can't do my my stretches and stuff because my back hurts or whatever, but what I normally try and do with those is like try and do like some is better than none, and having some done is better than like not done but not perfect, so when it comes to those exercises, like do what you can. If you haven't got the energy or drive to do it today, do it in like an hour's time. Find another way of managing it. I've got a very chronic condition approach to some of those things. I do recognize that comes with my back. You want yours to be called John Carpenter? Okay, nice. I'm doing good, thank you, bees. Yeah, I was talking to chat earlier about I've got this subathon on Friday, and I was going to do it as like an uncapped subathon, but I'm actually not sure with what's going on IRL that I can commit to, like doing 10 days of streaming back to back, because I've got things like DreamHack at the end of the month. I've got my grandma who's in and out of hospital. I've got friends who are relying on me, one of whom has been in a Uncap can be a lot. It's also, I've never done a subathon before. Your friend's on 75 days. Yeah, Eve, a friend of mine, Evora, is on, I think, 80 days now. Is that what Evie's on? I've lost track of how many days she's done. Let me go see. Let me go and see. Ooh, I heard a noise. John O'Clock, the 10 gifted subs. Absolute legend. Thank you very much for that, dude. What was not expecting that. Thank you for that. Let me quickly read those out. Thank you, John, for the gift subs to Sombaruka, to Frozen Toad, to Zero Hurst, to Gavray, to the V88, to Decida, to Asgard, Mr. Jackson, Badger Clark, and Blinded Owl. Absolutely awesome. Hello, Carlton. Good morning to you. DreamHack is going to be a good one. I am looking forward to it. Yeah, it'll be really nice. I think it'll be nice to have a convention in the UK that's like kind of more focused around kind of gaming, etc. Obviously, we've got Anime Con, we've got Comic Con, we've got I think is it VidCon? Or is that the UK one as well? Am I going to TwitchCon EU? My plan is notionally yes, but it depends on a few things. There's a lot going on money-wise I need to keep an eye on, and I don't know for certain. As is true probably of many streamers, it's kind of going to depend on, everything was... Will I go to TwitchCon London? TwitchCon London? I've not heard of any TwitchCon London. If there was a TwitchCon London, yes, I would definitely go to that. TwitchCon UK would be cool. I'll let you know if I'm there. I'll obviously communicate in a normal way as to whether I will be there or not. It depends on a few things. You do wish that they would move cities for TwitchCon, Matt. I think there is some potential... I've not heard anything concrete, so this is only conjecture. I have heard some whispers that Rotterdam won't be used long term. I think this is either the last year or the second to last year that we're in Rotterdam. I'm not sure it's being renewed. Hello, Womprat. Thank you very, very much for the raid. You were playing miniatures and models. You were building plastic crack, were you, with Dutch Factorio? I'm glad. Welcome on in, buddy. Thank you very much for being here. I hope you were having fun playing Timberborn and Warhammer, or you were playing you were doing Warhammer, and we are indeed playing Timberborn. Yes, there would never be a TwitchCon London with the UK being out of the EU. It would cost way too much to get gear over and ship and range visa. You're betting on Barcelona. I would do TwitchCon Barcelona. That sounds great. Dutch Factorio. Apparently, it's factories, but because of the lakes and like the waterways, it's Dutch. That's what I've heard. That's what's going on. John, thank you very much again for those 10 gifts, bud. You're an absolute legend. It's massively appreciated, dude. You're awesome. If I ever decide to go to TwitchCon, none of you will know who is me. I'll just listen out for this.
Dinosaur, roar!
And as soon as I hear anything like that, I'll know it's you, Hoppy. Factorio Birmingham, Drew. Yeah, the thing about Rotterdam is it's very convenient in terms of a city, and it does the job in that the convention hall is very close to a drought has started. Whoops, wasn't really paying attention to that. Don't know how long it's gonna last. Day-long drought. Okay. So what I think happens here is that all the other water sources will drop slowly. But because we've got the dam where we've got it, I think that we will actually restore... Well, I think we keep most of our water. Some is going to be lost out this way. And I think this route will drain out all of our supply. Is the problem because all of this water flows from up here, which flows from up here. That flows into here. So it's... If we could dam... Oh, we have dammed here. Okay, so actually all of the water... Wait, we've actually got the only water through route. Is that what we're saying? Oh, okay. We've actually channeled all of the water. Okay. As long as I don't open up any of the water through routes, we should be good. Also, I don't know how I flooded that. I don't know how this ended up with water in it. Well-being also increases around decorations. Beavers do not intentionally approach them, so place them close to where they hang out. A shrub is the simplest decoration. Oh, we need to build a shrubbery. The struggles of Timberborn, a shrubbery. It overflowed the blockage, did it? Interesting. I don't know when it did that. I'm fine with that, though. That means we've got some emergency water storage over the side of there if I can get there. Bring me a shrubbery. River dried up during the drought and the 2 deep sections remained as a lake. Okay. Decorations to be built on top of where they sleep will give you the bonus while they sleep, and it lasts long enough when they next sleep. Oh, okay, that's kind of huge. If I go underwater landscaping, I'm very close to... Actually, I can unlock the levee now. Let's do that. Do that. Rooftop, what happens when the levee breaks? Well, don't be downstream is my advice. Book, thank you very much. 10 months straight. Let me streak in front of chat and all the beavers. I don't think that's very good for the beavers. I don't think that it'll be very good. And if the levee breaks, indeed, we will indeed have no place to stay. Which wouldn't be ideal. Especially because the beavers are living down in here. It would not be great. True. Just speed up the game a little bit further. Bees, have you been playing this then? I assume you have been. I've seen the Drongo's been playing this a lot, but I haven't actually, I've not really had a lot of time this last couple of days. The weekend's kind of blurred through. Let the beaver and see their needs. If we got more types of food, they'd just be happier. More social life. We could put like a rooftop terrace on stuff as well, which would be cool. You were playing it and struggling. Is this the kind of game that you normally play and enjoy? Your beavers didn't die. Well, my beavers are dying of old age, but we're kind of making it work. Let's speaking of which, let's do some naming. We've got a few more to name. We've got Ramanosaurus over here. That's not a capital A in there. The lowercase a. We've got Lamina. We've got WL. Do that. We've got Ian the Woodchuck again. I lose track of who's alive and who's not, so if it lets me save it, fine, it happens. Lukewarm Skelly. There we go. Lukewarm. And then we've got Bearful. That's our next batch done. Let me tick you guys off. Thank you very much. Another 6 done. Bees, I might actually call yours like Beeves with the knees, like Beavs, because it just kind of works so well. This game has had a bit of a rough learning curve. It's like Frostpunk Beavers. I loved Frostpunk. Frostpunk was a great game. I really enjoyed it. Yes, lol, it's perfect. Done. Done. we will make it so. It will be done. These need logs, and that's gonna need plank. I think I could just build another set of stairs down if I need to, but like, I don't think I need that access to that side, really. You can't get around a floodgate. You basically need to have a separate bridge, so I'm going to need to make a bridge at some point as well. So I'm going to need to work on platforms, so I can put like a platform here and go around this and get rid of this. Because I need to get rid of the dam. I can't have it being a full dam. I need to actually have that letting all the water through. What games do you have no hope for but turned out to be good? I'm gonna be honest with you. If I have no hope for a game, I'm not sure that I actually end up like playing them that much. Beavers, it's the entire society that counts. You can see your settlement's average well-being in the top left of your screen. Click on it to make the fulfillment of all possible needs. There are many ways to make life in the wasteland more bearable. So up here. So some of them need more shelter. More access to the campfire, shrubs, lanterns, and roofs. But they're not, this isn't even full, so how would you not have shelter? That's confusing. Were you just born, haven't taken shelter yet? There's empty, I don't know what to do about the empty shelters they're just not using. That sounds like not my fault or problem, I'm going to be honest with you. If I'm providing houses and they're not living in them, there's not that much more I can do about that. I can build this one on this side of the river again. Destroy buildings. Demolish that one so that I can turn it into a road. Remove this bush. You did get a lot of bang for your buck out of Fallout 76. That is true, and I will be going back to Fallout 76. Is there a way for them to get to the shelters? Yeah, these shelters are up on... They're too high. So the entrance is up on the first floor, so that when I do this, they're actually on the correct height already. Hello, how to be quiet. How are you guys doing? Dude, you can't just go into someone's chat and say nice beaver. That's not, you know, that's a little bit risky, man. What if Big Twitch will get you? You know, you don't want to anger Big Twitch. I'm kidding. That's. How are you doing, BBQ? Good to see you. How to be quiet. Those of you who aren't already following, I can't do 2 shout-outs back-to-back, but if you aren't following How to Be Quiet or Bees, you definitely should. They're both excellent streamers here on the platform, both very, very cool people, so please do give them a follow in chat. Click on their names, click on the little heart. On a Riz, let me do this. Riz. Take you two off. We're getting close to doing... Okay, let's work through. Lamina... Zulabar, that's a beaver name if I ever heard one. Diesel, I'm fairly sure you're still alive, but fine. Why not? It says 13 beds and 10 kits. Give them a second. No time. No, we need more beavers. Drovac, there we go. We're getting very close to beeves with the knees. There we go. Drovac, save those down. Beavers need free time to eat, so we need to reduce the working hours. I guess we can reduce it back down to 16. Fine. Have you not got enough water? You're hungry. We've got a lot of food. Why are you not eating? Eat some food. Okay, you can resume having employment now. We've got enough people. I think that these logs are, 43% done. We'll probably have a bit of an issue where we get low on logs for a while, but we've got enough saved up here that I'm not too concerned. They need to produce now to get it to y'all. They're 2 days old. They're beavers, not rabbits. Look, close enough, right? As far as we're concerned, for the purposes of this, it's close enough. Too far from a district. Okay, so I need to unlock bridges. That should let them get to that levee, I think. How high is a dam in terms of its height? I'm guessing that a dam is also 0.65. What are my thoughts about beavers as animals? I think that beavers are animals, yes. I don't have a huge number of thoughts about whether beavers are animals. I'm going to be honest with you, it's a bit of an odd way of asking the question, Red Falcon. Beavers are indeed animals. Yes. What do we what kind of answer were you thinking you were going to get? I feel like I've missed something. I like how was it just been locked inside of this room for like 5 beaver years. The block of a dam is 1 block, but only blocks all up to 0. So, okay, so that's basically currently working the same way that a dam works. That's good to know. Once that's built, we will probably be able to control the flow better through all of this. I'll probably get rid of all of that and turn it into a bridge that goes across all the way, and then get rid of... Actually, I can probably get rid of the stairs as well and then just replace it with something that goes over the front of the floodgate. So that's the only bridge we need, that we can get up to this area up here and potentially get into here. It looks damn nice. Thanks, Aqua. I appreciate you. Building lacks power. That does probably tend to happen when there's not enough water flowing through, yes. So with this, now I can definitely unpause these two because we know the water flow is fine. Wait, what do you mean flood a building? We flooded a bit. Where did we flood a building? I'm concerned. I got an achievement for flooding a building, but I don't think I did. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know if I want to understand. I'm gonna be... It might have momentarily flooded. I can't believe it. How wild. Popularity at time of day. Okay. The beavers are happier than ever. We've unlocked Iron Teeth before, but it's good to know, actually. I forgot about all of this. There's a lot more that we could be doing with these. Discord failed you. No notifications. Is there any glue left? I've got Amia extra thin cement, Ruchi. Woo. You started a run on the Oasis map and it's 1 puddle in a completely dry map. It's fantastic. That sounds terrifying, how to be quiet. I'm guessing that's one of the more advanced maps where you need to use things like aquifers, etc. to kind of get by. For a game like this, you really like the graphics. I think Timberborn's a great game all around, to be honest. I think it's really well done. I'm very impressed by it as a whole. I was impressed by it when I played it originally. It's a whole thing. So I can now unlock platforms. Nice. One, two, three. Let's do that. Then we can demolish these stairs. I'm hoping the haulers will come and collect the resources. They will do, right? Right? Are they going to grab the resources that are left in the water, or are I need to get them back? The structure on top, I need to delete the path. What I need to do then? As long as there's space to store them, they will. Yeah, we've got space to store the logs. They just need to go back and gather them. Make sure they can reach it. I'm guessing I need to make some stairs then. They'll bring some planks, etc. Okay, so there you go. Now they can swim out to it. They'll go and get them. Population control. The beavers are super important. Oh, I'm just letting the beavers kind of endlessly reproduce right now. It's probably not the greatest move. Oops. I've not played an insane amount of this, I'll be honest. There we go. Next one named. Want to make sure we've not missed any up here in the adults. None of these look like default names, do they? No, definitely not. Sweet. Do we need more campfire? Is that the problem? Got a good supply of planks down here. We've got a great supply of logs saved up here in this large pile. We're doing okay right now, I think. I think I probably need to expand what we're growing, like creating. Grills vegetables. That makes seed flour. You're making carrots right now, but if we grew... For example, sunflowers, potatoes, etc., we can get more happiness. Let's have a look and think about what we can do here. How are... Look, in large warehouses going to be too much for us to get right now. No, let's not build that one there. Let's just build one medium warehouse here first. If you make a dam next to the water wheel, it will speed up the wheel and make more power. Yeah, I'm aware. I could also move the water wheel to, or like put something alongside it like I have here just to speed it up. It's about how what I want to do with the water down here, because theoretically if I put another triple lodge in like this, that could work really effectively. I just obviously need to make a platform that reaches out there, so... Like if I went here, for example, I could make a platform and then just one road, then we've done the same, well, what we need to. If I do this, and then go platform here, and then path, that connects it onto the overall network, like that. If the lodges blocked water already, you'd be flooding your area with the lodges you already have. I would be, but I changed the floodgate to not let the full flow of water out. So I think they are blocking water. Maybe they're not. You guys full on storage? Nearly. Jeez. We might need to make another large pile. Not to pry, I was wondering if you had a back surgery or surgery. If you share, I was in physio for a long time, so I've had back and hip stuff. Yeah, I've had like 5 back surgeries now. I think it's 5. They add up. They add up quite a lot. But yes, I have. Indeed, I've had multiple back surgeries on my L3 to L5 area of my back. I don't mind talking about it. It's part of the Kronos backstory, you know? It's one of those things. It's finds a shit. That dam between your buildings might have been the flood culprit. It might have been. I think I didn't activate it until I had the floodgate working. It might be when I put this too low. You towered back over just to say boo? What? Why? I mean, you have yeah, Crones have what I call the void in the place of a few vertebrae. I mean, yeah, the backstory. Unconnected building. That's because it's waiting for this to be built. No goods selected. That's because I don't really know what to store in you yet. I guess for now we could just store more berries in here. In case of a drought. Oh, chat, the ads are here. Get yourself some water. We will... I will be right back. I'm gonna go do my stretches. Give me a moment. I am back. There's people with back pain which is manageable, and there's poor bug getting across. I would be honest, my back pain is. I'll talk about it after the ads actually. If I wiggle the floodgate up and down, does the water jiggle? I'm not even sure I want to try this BBQ, but fine. Yes, it does appear to. You had 2 surgeries on your knee and your hip, and of course, that now led to back issues and nerve pain. So here we are, a community of bad back havers. It's a whole thing. Yeah. Ultimately, I started getting sciatic pain when I was 12, and it grew from there. So I'm quite used to back pain now. It's been a number of years. It's not something I would wish on anyone. It's a horrible type of pain. Nerve pain of any kind is very, very difficult to deal with, I'm going to be honest. Hello, Capsaholic. Good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Got a hurt? Yeah, it is. And I'll be honest with you, being on painkillers long term for those kind of conditions are a problem, because ultimately if you are taking painkillers, you can kind of do it short term. But if you break yourself in the worst ways possible, you know, you have like long-term conditions, you can't always just deal with the side effects of painkillers forever. Like, it's not actually a life that's good for anyone. I think long-term, you end up spending a lot of your time just numbed out on sedatives if you've got like one of these conditions, and a lot of the time that's treated as more normal than it probably should be. And so, I don't know, it's I think you have to recognize that back pain comes with a lot of challenges, and like doing physio is a lot of is the very important stuff that you'll need to. But like, do what you can to be off of pain medication, because realistically, that stuff is horrible for your brain, for your organs, for your general well-being as a whole. It's a whole thing. It can be rough. It can be really, really rough. Like, I will never downplay how bad I think opiate painkillers were for me, and I was on them from 12 till in my 20s, and then now it's just as I need them. But like, don't do it. They're not good, not good at all. I think at some point we're gonna need more haulers, haulers and workforce. Here we go. As your settlement grows, it processes larger amounts of goods. Transporting them takes a significant part of your worker's day. Haulers help with that. They move the goods around their entire district following the demand. Let's build a hauling post now. District management, hauling post. Where is most of our hauling being done? It's being done up here. And down here. That seems like a bad move. I'll put it here. Logs and planks. We've got plenty of those each in storage. That's fine. How are we on kits? We've got a few more kits. We've got Beebs with the knees. Time. It's time. Oh, it's perfect. Look at it. Physio is very, yeah, like I said, if you've had a back problem, you've had any kind of operation, you've had work done of some kind on the body, the recovery and how you look after yourself as you go forward is as important as the operation itself. Often, you are indeed a beaver. You're a beautiful and majestic beaver, Bees. I'm very proud of you. You've done very well. Yep, good job, Judge Freak. That obviously Judge Freak has to be a judge. I think that's the only one that makes sense in terms of beaver roles. How are we on these? We've got a bunch of we're up to, you know, 36 beavers, 46 beds, quite good. We've got 6 unemployed beavers. We're not doing too badly as well either on that. How are we food wise? We're a little bit low on berries, but it's mostly down to our storage. We're still good on carrots and on berries. We could probably make some improvements for some things, but now, if I'm right, can we make platforms on platforms? But bees to run in the wheel, it builds character. Bees, apparently, apparently chat wants you to be the one who has to be working in the power wheel. You can stack platforms. That is good to know. We can do that. Okay, you need more things applied. Well, let's get you for storing logs, because we need more log storage. Auto save, nice. Okay. We could do with a bit more infrastructure kind of improvement all around. You would be a good wheel runner. You were saying earlier that you were going to do some, you know, you're going to do some gym, some cardio, you know, some stuff today. Now you don't need to. If we put you in the power wheel, you won't need to do that, Bees. It'll be great. One of the better things about coming here is that I remind you to unscrungle. It's helping your back. Well, I'm pleased to make a small impact in some small way, because like, it's a whole thing. That's your excuse. Sorted. See, I'll always get an excuse sorted for you. You're all good. Yeah, so actually, it does appear that the water does just flow through the triple lodge. So, that's a thing. I'm not really sure how that quite works, but hey, we're not going to question it too much. It's just kind of a bit odd, but fine. We could do a couple of, put another platform here, another one there. We could do a set of stairs that lead onto the roof of this one. And then I could actually turn this into, if I put decoration and I use like a shrub, for example, I can put it on the roof. Or I could put a shrub here, for example, to benefit all of them. There's other things I can unlock as well, like lanterns, or we've also got well-being items. I think these are usable. Yeah, so that one's gonna need a entrance on the roof. I want to put a roof or terrace on one of these ones, I think. If I do one here, I can probably make it work. You'll try to take a nap on your lunch break, see if the headache gets better. I hope it does, Ruchi. Get better soon, bud. Take it easy, and thanks for being it. I appreciate you, dude. Hope that the headache cleans up. I've had a headache for like yesterday. I was feeling a lot better, but the day before I was struggling with a pretty bad headache for quite a while. Was not fun. Wouldn't recommend. If we make a set of stairs that comes onto the roof of this building, we can then do a well-being. I wonder if I can make like an artificial wetland for them. You return, interview completed, accomplished. Proud of you, Del-chan. Glad that's done. It's a 3-day headache for you. Jeez, that's, yeah, 3-day headache is rough. That's, you must have upset a witch. We built the hauling post. Increase desired workers at the hauling post. Well, that's not the one we finished, is it? Okay, so I can actually fill it so that when people aren't... If they haven't got a job, they will default to working in the hauling post. That's a good way of doing it, actually. I quite like that. Pause hauling post and unpause it. Okay. She's a... Oh, okay. You better call her. Be careful calling exes. That's always a messy one. Okay, so let's put the speed back up and see. Building unstaffed. No available workers in district. What's because it's on a low priority order? The idea. And there's no one to work at nighttime, so again, that's why. What if I leave both of them at 8? There we go, that's fine. Okay, well then, if you didn't upset her, that's what I mean. If you didn't upset a witch, then you're probably okay. It's when you upset a witch, that's when you've got to be careful. Someone's already created a mod to allow for night shifts. See, modding is something I normally try out after we, look at the original kind of, original what's available. See, we still need people to haul this rubble. How many mods do we have? Can you redeem a name for all of them? You mean the mods, like the moderators, rather than mods to the game? It's different. Okay, I think we're in the middle of a population boom. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, it's a long list, but we've got more beavers, more beebs to name. Diesel is back. Diesel's there. We've got John O'Clock. Do that one. We've got Uncommoner. We've got Alpha. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys get to be named in game. We've got Spook. I definitely was a letter off here. We've got Nox. We've got Perth Wolfman. And we have Dr. Crowley. That's not even close again. There we go. Thank you all for redeeming. And then lastly, we've got Charon. There we go. Let me mark all of those ones off as complete. 9 more. Good job. Proud of you guys. So far, we've not let any original ones through, which has been quite good. Okay, so we've now got nice vertical areas we can work with here. Let's see. Can we improve our roads in any way? Double platform. How does that work? Oh, it's too high. Okay. If I do that, then I demolish on the end, demolish resources to get rid of this one. Gonna have to go up and around. Then we can put a staircase going up. We can put a path coming along here. And I can create 2 bits of storage or something up here to make use of these areas. I can place a shrub up here for decoration to benefit those. We're starting to make things. Hello, Sabu. How are you doing? Put the speed up a bit. We've got quite a few youngling beavers. Doing quite well on science. Well, 87 science is not bad. We can make that one work. You've got a life hack. Caffeine withdrawal makes you pass out. That's not. I think we have different definitions of life hack. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can see why you might think that, but unfortunately, I don't think that is actually the case. I don't think that's how it works. Let's watch our industrious beavers build some more floodgates. You got your beaver count to 1,000 plus and the PC didn't like triple speed anymore. I can imagine, Sabu. I can imagine your PC being like, no, please! The slower speeds, we need it. This is the quickest we've built anything, I think, in game. Like, wow, that was an excellent project. We apparently seem to be doing okay. We've still got 49 free beds. We might need to up our food production, I'm going to be honest. You can probably then... If I build those platforms, I can get rid of the dams, and then I have the full control that I need over the floodgates instead. Because this way I can build the road that then goes over this instead. Obviously, I need to replace 2 of the dams, but we can then, you know, get rid of half the dam that's there. So we don't have access to the top of that anymore. We need to make another platform here. We can't tell them. There's no like replace tool, is there, in the game, chat? I can't be like replace this dam with this levee. I don't remember seeing anything like that, but I think it's always worth asking. Just delete and rebuild? Yeah, that's the issue. I'll have to demolish this one. I'll do it on one side at a time. This is basically the way it's going to work. So if we demolish this one, and then I go parts and structures, I do a platform, and I put that platform as highest priority, that will likely be the first one that gets built in the morning. You have a life hack. It's called me interesting, ignores you, leaves you in pain rather than actually providing anything. 2 days in counting, they can't sort anything out. So tell you to take paracetamol, nothing, and you can't take ibuprofen. I very much know how that one is, Sindri. I've been in that position before, many, many more times than I want. The NHS is fundamentally quite bad at the prescription of painkillers, and they basically they say that you know, it's so that we can be sure that you don't develop addictions, etc. Realistically, it's just poor patient control and poor patient management. It's actually how it goes down. It's not. It very rarely feels like it's actually designed to help or fix anything. It very much feels much more like it's just they can't cope with it. Yeah, I hope you are okay, Sindri. If there's anything, I mean, there's not very much I can do. I can't give you painkillers, unfortunately, because they're a controlled substance, which is ridiculous in certain senses, but I see obviously why the rules are the way they are on that. It's a difficult one. Those oaks are fully grown, so these oaks down here nearly done, 68%. Just needed more time. If I did that, I can build those steps up, and on top of here, I can go well-being, rooftop terrace, and I can actually build a rooftop terrace that will work for the settlement. I can build 2 of them if I really want to. I could build a teeth de-chipper. I don't know if that's the actual term. I'll build 1 for now. If I need to build a second one, I will. About that. And these platforms can be extended so that we can start to get access to up here, although we are going to need to fill in these as well. We'll be fine. Eventually, you've got to keep after them, annoyingly. That is a whole thing. That's it. If your pain does get bad enough, 111 is an option, and they will help you on the emergency sourcing of painkillers if it's bad enough that you're in significant issue. So that is actually an option, is what actually you're meant to do, supposedly, according to the doctors at my local surgery, which is an interesting one. Little Ham, thank you very much for being here, buddy. Good to see you. Tier 1 sub, 10 months. We are indeed born to timber. We are indeed playing around with wood today. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you, buddy. If I built another one there, that would block off this. Isn't the worst thing. $120 for the medium tank? I don't think we need the medium tank yet. What are we actually short on that we need? Builders? Housing? We've got the lodges that we need. Water pumps. Food. Aquatic farmhouse. Beehives? Beehive yourselves. Gear workshop again. We don't really need gears yet. We're not that stage. We don't need metal. Oh, I mean, we can unlock wind turbines. It's useful, but intermittent. We need 1,000 for the observatory. Jeez, that's wild. Automation, a lever for automated settlement. Oh, well, there's logic sensors and stuff in this now. What can we control with this? Just basically controlling when power comes on versus off. Interesting. I think early on, most of what we benefit from is unlocking like the ability to build stuff. So it might just be I save it until we need like double platforms, for example. Or landscaping if we need to get double floodgates, etc. Mall Knight, thank you very much for that resub. 10 months on a 10-month streak. It feels like we just started yesterday. It does sometimes, yeah. It does feel that way indeed, Small Knight. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for that support and that love. You're pretty tired, but all things considered, doing fine. I'm doing all right. Yeah, there's lots of things going on, as you say, but I'm glad that you're resting up and that you've been looking after yourself. Am I seeing that right? You submerged the house. So this is these double houses, these large lodges, have the entrance on the upper floor, so you can put the lower ones in the water and it doesn't flood the house. The water apparently also still flows through it, so I feel like this might be a bug, but I'm notionally fine with it. I may see about getting some more water storage. We've got quite a few beavers, and I don't really want to, like, risk running out of stored water. So I may use one of these to store a bunch of water. Well, I don't know how we can get water onto this area here. That would be kind of helpful. Monuments. 1,000. Okay, monuments aren't going to happen. Lanterns, roofs. Okay, so we can make roofs. Improve the aesthetics within some tiles. Beaver statues. A statue of a well-fed beaver. Excellent. Definitely a bug. You put them on the platforms? Nah, you put them on this. This is the best way of doing it. Excuse me. They're just living in the basement. It's just got a basement. That's all it is. What, can we do a platform over a path? So we could do that. Interesting. Okay, so that turns it into a large squared off area. If I do that, we could get access to that area. Okay. We did another platform here. We could do this. It works that way for all the buildings that aren't specifically there for controlling water, and they've had ages to change it if it was a bug. Okay, so it's just a feature. The water flows away, like flows through the wall, I guess. I like that we've just got a bunch of beavers just hanging on this rooftop terrace. If we do reach times of day when it's completely full, I will likely need to make a second one opposite it, which is what we left the space for. And it is kind of looking like it's that stage. So it might be that I make a second rooftop terrace on the other side for the peak times. Did you know that Little Ham is stinky? Did you know that Freak is stinky? Explosives in a water dump can help turn dry land green, but it's late game stuff. Thank you very much, Miro. I appreciate the heads up. Good to know. Appreciate it. Hello, Winky. Yeah, I mean, it entered 1.0 last week, so it's still quite new to me. I played it once or twice during the alpha, and it's the kind of game I enjoy. I quite enjoy my city builders, so we're just having a bit of a play around with it, which is good fun. There are a lot of changes, I agree. Yeah, there's a lot that they've done differently. Are you replanting dead trees? Not... Okay, if I do this, I'm hoping it will replant these. I think that's what it will do. I'm not entirely sure. These guys are all pretty happy. Let's go and check out some more beaver kits. Chat. Give me 1 second. Let's do these. Okay, so we've got Aquadictus. We've got Tiny Savovsky. How goes it? This game looks so good. Hello, Broken Stoke. Yeah, this is going really well, thank you. I played this, I want to say, last September, October kind of time. And I really enjoyed it then. We unlocked, I call them the Harco Beavers, but they're not Harco Beavers. They're just, they're called the Iron Teeth, that's the name. It's it's a rare example of early access working as intended. I'm going to be honest with you, I think there's actually quite a few games where early access has worked quite well. It's not just this one. There are a few that it's worked well. There are some games, obviously, where it hasn't worked well, but that's the nature of it. How many chat members have been reincarnated? Some. I don't mind. If there's 2 of you in the game, so be it. As long as you guys are having fun redeeming it and you're getting to see your characters in game, that's the main thing for me. It's that's the goal. So there we go. We've got 49 occupied beds, and we've got 44 free ones. It's going well, thank you, though, Broken Stoic. How are you? Welcome on in. Oh, Winky, I'd be surprised if you hadn't played this before. It's the kind of game that I can imagine like you've given a go to. I wonder. If I flood this one. Bit more water storage, it's not really that useful. Would flow down there. This is a separate flow entirely that comes down here. If I could get a beaver up here to build a levee across, we could control a lot more of the water flow. Is that worth doing? That's the question. Question is, can they get there? You were watching someone play yesterday and they completely ran out of non-polluted water and straight up in a doomed world. I guess when all the water is polluted, you just can't get back, right? Kind of terrifying, really, when you think about it, but sure. What could be a problem, I guess? Doing really well. It's nice to see what Timberborn has to offer. Seems like a really fun take on civ management. I agree. I think it is. It's well done, and they do it in a fun way. It's not too serious. It's not too easy, and there's a lot of like varying difficulty level, which I think is really good. I think that's really important. Hmm. 75% on here. Wow, Home Depot is rude. What have Home Depot done? Have you've been slighted by Home Depot, have you? See, demolish. Oh, okay, so they can carry stuff over this. Fine, okay, that's good to know. Because what I'll do is I'll get them to build some platforms behind this, and I'll get them to build a levee behind it so that the water is all flowing down the route of this water wheel. Rather than through this building. We're excited to move your application forward. Click here to begin your online screening process. Wow, okay. You did that, and then the position that you applied to is gone. Oh, okay. You need to plan how to purge bad water when designing dam system. I have no idea what that means. In the wastelands, it's important to optimize use of space. Beavers do that by growing their cities vertically. Some buildings, like lodges, have flat roofs that can put other structures. We've done that. Nice. Finally, we've got some oak being finished over here. Build a pathway that runs through our groves. We build some stairs. Demolish. Demolish road. Yes. We want to build a set of stairs, and then we'll build a platform, and then we can get access up here. Nice. Nice. This means that we can either use, we can basically take advantage of this area here if we need to cut this off and stop water going like further downstream, or potentially start working down towards these areas, like, you know, start making use of it. If we flood this too much, this could be a problem though. So I don't want to, if we block this off entirely, this could flood over this, which would not be ideal for us. You didn't set up sanitation. See, I don't, we haven't gotten to dealing with bad water yet, so I don't know how that works. Bad water rig. What is this? See, it was a bad water source. Science. Another interview next week. Sure is fun trying. Well, good job, Itanchi. It's not easy on the job hunt, but you know you're doing what you can. Scrap metal from, okay, it's all the old world stuff. Water is coming from up here. I think you can make different districts, can't you? Like if you, how does migrate population work? Yeah, you can move them to different districts. So I can make another district head somewhere. Like, if we've got a district down here, I could make another district up here that manages the water supply at the mouth and just create a huge dam if I really wanted to, which could be kind of fun, but kind of silly, not really needed. Every 4 seasons, springs produce polluted water, bad water tides. So I guess you need to lock off your water supply before each spring, making sure that that polluted tide can't pollute your supplies. So theoretically, what I would do here is I could create a levee. I would dam here, dam here, and then when the spring tide comes over, block them off entirely so that no new water enters my saved up water sources. I'm guessing that's what you would do. Zip lines are a ton of fun. We're not far off of zip lines, I think. We need to make a station for it, 700. We're at 200, so we're not, okay, we're not that close. I may make some more inventors, to be honest with you. I think that doing this could get me to, I want to get towards observatory quite quickly, so this could be helpful. While that's building there, landscaping, let's build these levees. Oh, there's no path on this. I'll work for now. Points for the point hole, skulls for the skull throne. Thank you very much, Small Knight. They're not necessarily for the point hole. They're going to be used. That's what is like powers you being able to be, you know, the beavers, the beeves. You're just chilling there in the water, are you? Okay. They are slowly gathering that stuff that's been left there, I guess. That is good. Could I send somebody to go and mine this through? Because I feel like that would knock through into here. Flood down this way into... Oh, that's an underground ruin. Okay. Oh, that's also blocked off. It would fill up like a lake up here. Yeah, why not? Why don't we give them a bit of a project? Oh, that's gonna be difficult. I don't know if they can place one down that far. I don't know if they can get down that. I think I need to make a double one. I might need a double platform. It's 150 though. I'm not sure I want to unlock a double platform just for that. Okay, well hang on, let's cancel these. Would it be yarn for the Bailey throne? Chicken for the chicken for Bailey's throne, I think. I think that B's gonna be a chicken one. Oh, cardboard would also work, a cardboard throne with you know, treats given to him on regular basis. That would be fine. I think he'd enjoy that. This message has been highlighted. It has indeed been highlighted. You know what? I can't disagree with you, Var. It has indeed been highlighted. You haven't lied to me. Okay, well, we've got a huge backlog of planks. We've got 86 planks, so if I can, for a while, shut down power production if needed. I'm going to bring that up to 65 for now. I made you spend money. You have to pick this up now. I'm very sorry, Broken Stoic. I know how it is. We're not going to get the levy finished in time, I don't think. We've got a drought coming in 2.1 days in game, so that's what I'm kind of concerned about. If we can get the levy done, it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to block this. We're not trying to block it. I'll probably have to raise this, so we're not going to see if it does actually make a difference yet. Building lacks power. There we go. Someone will get to it. Okay, so actually I did finish the levy, and oh, that's really increased its output. Okay, so we can probably get a lot more power from that. I am, however, going to raise this to cut the water supply off down there. Oh, no, let's not do that. Okay, that's how a flood works. Okay, let's not do that. That makes sense. Yep. Was there already discussion about the new DLSS 5 packed full of AI slop? There was not. No, I've not gone through DLSS 5 because that's... I don't even know how DLSS 5 works compared to DLSS 4 anymore because it's wild. I was just indeed watering the place a little. We learned a lesson there. Let's not fuck around with that. On the bright side, it might... If I flood up here, it's not going to work either, because that'll flood everything. Hey, look, at least all of our oak trees are, you know, harvestable now as well. That's nice. I'm sure there's basically a calculation for water flow that can be done with this. I think basically once the water... If I understand correctly anyway. Once the drought hits, the moment the drought hits, we should be activating... How did that happen? Oh, okay. I want it to be flat. As soon as the drought comes, I think we should be activating this to basically try and keep as much water in at top as we can. but I'm not entirely certain, so we'll find out how it goes. The ads are going to start, though, in 30 seconds, chat. In this time, I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, go and feed B, because it's his feeding time. And I've got to go do the exercise where I stand on the stairs and dip my heels down to try and stretch out the muscles and stuff in my legs. So while I'm doing that, you should get up, you should descrungle your spine, grab yourself a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink, you know, the normal things to look after yourself. Because again, if I have to do it, and it's very boring, I understand, so do you. That's how this works. If I look after me like I'm a sim, you guys hydrate me, I've got to remind you to hydrate too. You wish you could because you're driving. You can do some stretches while driving. Just make sure you don't take your focus off the road. But just things like rolling your shoulders and stuff while you drive can really help. But I will be right back. Whoop. Hello, I've returned. I'm really, really very sorry about that. I was yapping to Spare Human about her call with a recruitment agent. You know. How are you doing? Sorry about that. How are we? Sorry. Little extra a second longer than I thought I should be. Thank you very much to Blutrinker and to Mr. Jesse, both of you for 10 months. Absolutely amazing of you. You guys rock. Well, it started off with me petting Bailey's soft head, and then afterwards I was like, well, you know, while I'm chatting, while I'm petting the cat, I will also do the chat. So I'm also glad I'm back in time for the drought because it's 0.2 days. Roytek, I'm doing very good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Good to see you, dude. She's doing well, thank you. Yeah, she's been I think that we've both been recovering from I kind of forgot that she wasn't well last week, and I think I may have gotten sick over the weekend, and like Sunday and yesterday, I think I was recovering. Sunday, I had a really bad headache in the afternoon, and then some of you might know that in 2025, when in 2020 when I got the COVID, I got myocarditis, where basically your heart swells up. Yesterday, I was feeling unwell, and I had the same kind of, I don't know how to describe it, the same kind of like dark tiredness feeling as I used to get when I was recovering from COVID. So it might be that I was a little bit sick, so I kind of know how that one is. It's just that I don't know how to describe it as like just a wave of black like tiredness that comes over you, and you just kind of struggle to think and stay awake. Let me just make sure we are good on names. Oh, we've got a lot of names to do, chat. I'm going to run out of names on this list. This is going to be very funny. If you want to be in the game, now is your time. Otherwise, I will start taking chat recommendations, which is always dangerous. Unidragon, Main Donut, Neve. I'm assuming it's Neve. It's Niamys, which, as far as I remember it, one of the Irish ways of spelling Neve. But I don't actually know for certain, so please do correct me if I'm wrong. Malaise. Did my heart shrink back to normal? It did, yes. Yeah. It was only short term while I had it, but it was a really, really weird, eccentric penguin. It was a really weird set of symptoms. I was very confused for a while until I worked through with the doctor what's going on. There we go. Nice. I can see a flood of these coming in. Good job, you guys. Sindri. What a good shout. Dial Corthius. Corthwis. Corthwee, if you're French, I guess. Small Mite. Little Ham. Jin becomes Little Ham. We've got, is that Laden or Iaden? Difficult to see. You can try both. The James Brown. There we go. The James Brown. Can you be twins? What, Troy and Tech? Fine. You know what? Fine. Done. Troy and Tech. We've got Neroden. We've got Anos Nix. I definitely missed something in this. Neroden. We've got Anos Nix. We've got Kinamori. Do we have a Kronos and Bailey in the game? Well, B's upstairs sleeping, but I'm obviously the one running the settlement, you know, from behind the scenes. I'm tucked away. Serena. Serena real. There we go. Nice. Zidane. I'm gonna have to go through and redeem a bunch of these all back to back. That's gonna. Three. Small Mite again. So Smaller Mite. Protect, we did the second one for you. Dag Nabbit. and dragon inside. Then the next one is Lord Winklebury. Yes, thank you, Twitch Tool, for not correctly highlighting the ones I'm clicking. Which is a platform, chat. "23 named. Amazing. Look at that. Look at the sheer army that we have now of well-named beavers. We do have a few in the Diesel family. I'm very impressed by that. Yeah, I did. If you get a third, you get smallest might. Maybe. We'll have to see how it can go. Which needs a kick in the junk. I'm actually pleased that Kick are doing more and doing better at the moment, because I'm hoping that, as you say, it will give Twitch a bit of a boost to be doing the right thing in various places. Okay, the drought's about to start. Are you still alive, Royal Icing? We might be about to fight. That might change as well. So, I don't know. I think it's 1.0 that we stop stuff at, isn't it? So to completely stop the water, 1.0. And the drought will mean that water stops flowing. So if I go to 95, that's probably means that it won't... I'll get a little bit of a warning. Okay, so this is probably a good time for us to be doing a bunch of building, a bunch of work on these structures, because I'm hoping... Obviously, this is going to flow most of our water out downstream. So if we had actually built a proper levee up here, we could have managed water a lot better throughout. If I build this here, I build this here, we can probably go landscaping, levee, and then we'll need to connect these together. I go landscaping, we do 2 levees here. That's not what I wanted to do. That doesn't, that was a nice perspective trick there. I think we can then put the floodgate in there. We can make that work. Gerbil of Wolves, 10 months. Thank you very much, buddy. Hugely appreciate that tier 1 sub, dude. Good to see you. How are you, Gerbil? It's been a little bit. Do that across the front so that we have access to it through a floodgate if we need to. The only point you have against Kick right now is it doesn't allow you your 2 underscores. How could they, little ham? Maybe you could be, you could be like Ham. You could be Ham's larger cousin. So this is still holding water. This is apparently letting water through at 0.95. Oh, that water's actually flowing from this route down. Okay. This water is actually slowly flowing down this way. Okay, so actually it's kept in by this blockage. This will now dry up. It will draw out. I mean, this was quite a short issue, but we can slowly over time work on that. Because if we can block this one when the drought starts, This will all stay filled up with water as well as backup. And then hopefully, if I can flood between these two, we can then create a mega dam somewhere further upstream, and then some slightly kind of better small dams downstream to manage this area here. Because if we can flood this area higher up, here is all too high. So if downstream from the settlement, I can flood it upwards, we can actually reverse flood up in here, do all of this. I can turn this entire area into a larger water supply. If I start adding 2, 3 notations after your name, you'll turn into a dynasty. We could start doing a dynasty of them. That's very doable. I'm sorry that Philiap just died of old age. It's a shame. I wish there was an easier way of telling the rough water level in somewhere, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Do a bridge across here. How are we doing on planks, etc.? We're pretty good on the planks. You've got no power, but that's planned and expected. Okay, so this is finally dried up. So now down here will dry up as all of this drains out and dries up. This will also dry up, so we could actually also have another barrier in here and prevent this from flowing any further as well. That will keep water in here longer. But the only thing that's actually draining this water is this. This is all of this water that we've got in here, controlled by these floodgates, can be diverted to this water pump to keep it going long term. This is really nice. There's a water gauge, which tells you the water depth. Where is that? Underwater, I'm guessing. No? Science, maybe? Terrain block. How do we... Unless they took it out. I'd be surprised if they did. There must be a water gauge of some kind. Stream gauge? Here we go. Old-fashioned way to measure water depth, flow, and contamination. Is this what we mean? Stream gauge? I think we call that a viewer count on Twitch. Is Luther a hard worker? Luther's German. What do you expect? Luther's an exceptionally hard worker, especially when it's his actual job. It's not that good, you stick with lines? Okay. Fair enough. If I could get this to work on... If I could get, like, as they cross one of the bridges, for it to be, they get the shower for free, then I could make it so that every single one of the beavers gets a shower without there being an issue at all. That could be quite a good way of doing this. If I build, let's see, parts and structures, platform here, that means we can make that one always do that. Thing. I need to demolish a bunch of those. But I need to find somewhere I can test this. Interesting one. Let's see. Water. It wasn't water, was it? It was well-being shower. I would like to put it so that if they're crossing the bridge, they get automatically showered. We can interestingly build it on that. A good sign. If I make this one underneath this into a space. Making sure I remember to actually open the floodgates in time to not flood out the entirety of the landscape, yeah? That's a good shout, right? Always a good thing to remember to do. Is this still filling up? Oh, that's all drying out. That's not good. Is that bad water? Do I need to do something with this? Okay, so what I'm hearing is I actually need to be really careful if the water completely runs out because... Oh, that's going to poison this water flow. Okay, that's new. I need auto floodgates. How do I get auto floodgates? That's the thing. A one-way outlet that regulates the downstream water level. Is that what we need? A fill valve or a throttling valve? So how do we cap bad water? It's me one of these, like a bad water dome to seal a source. We would need to build our way up there, build this dome that takes 2,000 research. That's a lot. Okay. Okay, I need to think about how I'm doing this long term. So we'll turn this into floodgate territory. I will also need to find a way to block down here. That's going to be a thing. I think we might need more builders. Layer tool. As your settlement grows vertically, working beneath buildings and entering become difficult. Let's raise the visible layer by clicking the highlighted button. And then reset. Okay. Lower, okay, Alt and scroll. Okay, fine. Nice, okay, fine. I think we need to prevent backwater flow from here, because this source dropping down into here is not helpful. We need to find a way to prevent that from being a thing, so I'm going to need to get downstream here to prevent that backflow of water becoming a problem for our settlement. So if I put one of these here again, and I put another stairs up, we can build paths. Oh, we might have to make another district for this. I don't even know. I don't know how one makes another district. Is it down here? Not ideal. When do people normally start making their second districts in this? Because this district is quite compact. It's like a nice square. But if I want to start settling like this area over here, then realistically I need to be making a district center. You can build paths in the water. Oh, so I can. Okay. But actually, what I need is some steps down then, rather than steps up. If I do steps down, it'll be easier. So I can just do this. You'll need the district crossing to trade resources between to help giving some initial water and food. That does make sense, I guess. Yep. How are we for logs? We're great on logs. We've got 600 logs stored up and nowhere near enough planks, but I think we're probably okay on logs. But I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to demolish some of these resources here. I don't actually think that this line here is that useful, so... That'll clear up some space on both sides of the river. I can hopefully then get a path around here so that we can access this area slightly more easily. On that map, you put everything in one district. I think I did that before, but that sounds kind of wild. Never have too many logs. We are pretty good on log storage for now. Go back to faster speed. 17 working hours. They won't demolish anything unless a path is nearby. Plant 1,000 trees during a single playthrough. Done. We will also do district management, and do we want more builders? I think we just want more haulers, don't we? We've got 11 unemployed. Have we got more names to do, though, chat? That's the question. I think, oh yeah, we've got more names to do. We've got a lot more names. Winky, you're being named. Here we go. I'm gonna start doing dynasties. I think that's gonna have to be a thing. Axel Rankin. There we go. Mari, that's a beaver name. Niset. Elvajuth, that's definitely not one. That's Rosier. Blinding Knife. Later, Neve Nsubom, that's not a chat member's name. Balthazar. Balthazar Boo. There we go. Right, who else we've got? But to take these off as I get through each one, that would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Rev Francis. There we go. Rev Renji. Is that yeah, I think so. Decent. Wait, we've got Diesel the second. It's definitely not the second, but it's this one that's going in. Oh no, Troy Tech is staying. We've got Wahona. The we've got Diesel 3, Diesel 4. Diesel the third, Diesel the fourth. Okay. Okay, I'm rejecting one of those, Diesel. There we go. Gerbil of Wolves. And we have smallest might. Smallest might. There we go. We've got 3 more, but we've that's good progress. This district is getting a bit full. I'm going to be honest. Probably could stop. That's quite a few beavers. That's 57 adults and 24 children for a total of 81 beavers. Oh, that's not going to work either, is it? They can just stay there. They're just growing. How do you increase the range on a district? Would you say that you have a bevy of beavers? Don't forget to name one as Mr. Greggles. We have Mr. Greg, or we had Mr. Greggles Squirrels Esquire for a while. You can't. Okay, so what we're saying is on this map, If I want to be messing around down here, I'm going to need another district center. Okay, well, we will make another district over here. How about that? Could I not just do this? If I really wanted to make a... I could literally just make the area into land. Is that doable? Until you get zip lines. Okay, so I could slowly work towards zip lines as an option. That's what we're saying. Waiting for materials. Increase the priority on you guys. Nice, that's now cleared through. We can make that into a path. They are chopping down the trees. Look, I'm not sure if it's a smart place to build it, but it might work. Roads expand to path length 90. Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're just going to need to do a little bit of district management, which is something we've not played around with in this game before, so cool. Getting to mess around with it is neat. I'm enjoying so far. And then if I do this and this... They just need to bring a bunch of logs in. It's very doable. I've got 19 unemployed, so what I might do here is I might just do another hauling post just for ease. Or a district crossing, which could be good. We'll do that. Are you really not hauling these planks? Okay, let's get these planks gathered. 90 roadblocks from the hub. Easy way to see if you're running into pathing issues. The line... Yeah, this is the issue. Down here, we're turning red, so I think I need to create a district center. Has your name been used yet? Yes, Main Donut. You are indeed. I'm not sure if you're an adult yet. Let's have a look. Yeah, here you go. You are an adult. You're actually very happy. You're a very happy adult. Good job. Proud of you. Building lacks power. That makes sense. Someone will need to get into the wheel. That 10 workers at low priority of the workplace. Let me go into well-being. Do that. And if I do a shower... Oh, that would work there. Okay, so we're going to unlock the shower for 50 research points. I build one there and one here. Every crossing across the river now means that when they're going to and from this side of the river, they'll get a shower. That's at least a start for a lot of our population getting a bit of a well-being increase, which is nice. Travel time just kills you at that point. That makes sense. Go eat lunch. See you beavers in a bit. See you in a bit, Kinamori. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you and enjoy your lunch. What does this say? Flooded? Wait, how is that flooded? Oh, okay. Is it the drainage from this levee not clearing properly? Like, close off the water for a second and then let it flow. Hopefully allow the downstream to shift. I don't really know what's... I think putting this levee here has made a bit of an issue. Because the river is coming down here around this corner and the water flow is making it stop here. That's causing it to back up everywhere, but I think we might have sorted it. We might be sloshing slightly. That could be a problem. We go into landscaping and I create floodgates here and here as well. That's helpful. I'm merging two rivers as well there. There's a lot more water flow. That is true, yes. But it is all for a good cause. Well, I could flood down here as well, which might not be a bad move. Underground depth infinite. See, this is the issue. Like, this bad water is... I don't really know what we do about this. I guess we have to build up to it somehow, but that's going to be a huge project of platforms to get up there, right? Oh. We could have an issue. Turn bad water into dynamite. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, who asked for that? Did we decide that was needed? I think this isn't working. That's what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing that this isn't working. Okay, now it is at least draining better. We've got a lot of homeless beavers right now. Okay, it is slowly as the day starts draining through. We've learned a lesson here, chat. And that's that messing around downstream where two rivers merge is a bad move. I probably should have installed these floodgates first. But we've learned a lesson, and now we know what to do with that. We'll grab all of these logs that we don't really want to be left there. What is that? Why is that such a weird color? More dynamite is always what I don't know if we need that much dynamite. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure that's a wise move. I think I would need to build a levee here as well. Or I could make a little levee here and turn this area into a lake and make some of this more fertile. Understanding what effects you'll have on water is huge. I think, yeah, I've just realized. Yeah, that's lesson learned. Cover the map in dynamite. Not sure that's wise. I'm not sure anyone ordered a map covered in dynamite. You're dehydrated. Okay, we are using water faster than we are producing it. That's also a problem. Those are going to be highest priority to build. We do have enough logs, so that's fine. You have to drive your Chevy to the levee, otherwise it's going to be bad. That makes sense. That's we didn't actually, you know, we didn't drive our Chevy there, so that was obviously going to be a problem. My GPU didn't order a map covered in dynamite. Oh look, Winky is here getting water, chat. Winky's hard at work. Good job. Proud of you, Winky. Thank you very much for gathering water for the tribe. That's just what we needed, you know. Water storage. Let's go storage. Oh no, we're very close on what I was trying to get to, the observatory. That's what we want. Although that needs power though, damn. Okay, let me think about what the problems that we're facing as a... The problem we're really facing is that actually, like, I'm trying to do a lot of building to the south where I've got lots of trees in the way. If I managed my tree farms better, I wouldn't have this problem. So if I go into plant trees and shrubs and I go and plant a bunch of oaks and I say, actually, for now, plant me a bunch of oak here because I'm not currently using that space. And then I don't replant the dead trees not marked for cutting. These ones we can demolish some trees. That one can just stay there, making the game shout because it's not near a path. Winky is pumping his log. Makes sense. Winky is working hard, making sure everyone's well watered to gather wood. I think we might actually need larger water storage because it seems that people drain them overnight. But I'm not too sure it's our production that's the problem as opposed to the production in the morning. There's not enough water stored up overnight. Let's do one of those. Yeah. If I put that there, and I put another one here. If I use platforms, chat, we can do this. Now we're thinking with platforms. Now we're cooking with beavers. Wait, that's probably not what I want to say, is it? My bad. I'm going to need stairs to get up there, just realized. That will act, of course, that means we have access to up here as well, so we could put in another well-being, we could put in another one of these rooftop terraces up here. And the campfire fits in there, so we've got more for well-being. I could put another grinding wheel for teeth in here as well for well-being. The shrub covers this as well. Right out storage for 2 or 3 units per beaver per day. In that case, we're definitely going to need to expand and get these medium tanks. Definitely a good shout. I also think that we are definitely short on haulers. So I'm going to make another hauling post up here. Okay, we've still got so many logs. Like, we're not getting through logs as fast as we should be, so I genuinely think I actually am going to unlock the builder's hut. Let's get the builder's hut. 4 people in the workplace. That's pretty good. Okay, so then we've still got 20 unemployed. Oh, the ads are here. I'll be right back, chat. I play Pot of Greed and summon 2 cards from my deck to my hand. Welcome back, chat. I've Pot of Greeded. I've gained some more cards in my hand. The most interesting one I've obtained during the break is this. Brain Control. Very interesting. For those of you who might be curious. Brain Control. Brain control. See, look, brain control. AKA yoink. That's what Bailey. That's Bailey's favorite card. He uses it for chicken. That's the Bailey chicken card. Okay, we are back in Timberborn. Welcome back, everybody. That card's cheating only if you use the rules wrong. It's not connected to any district paths. Well, that would be a problem. I could see that being a problem unless I place down a path. Okay, so we're doing good. It seems that we're kind of stabilizing. We're getting a few things built. What are we short on? Oh, gear. Okay, we haven't got any gears. That's okay. So we now need to move towards gears. That's a thing. Wood. Gear workshop turns planks into gears. Now, if I recall, though, a gear workshop does require power. So again, we're going to need to be doing this in an area where we have power supplied to us. And that's going to be an issue because basically I'm an idiot. under power. In order to solve this, I may genuinely just unlock. We can get batteries. The higher it's built, the more power it can store. That's fascinating. If we move into wind turbines, I can also get gravity batteries. That could be kind of neat down the line. So we need to make a wind turbine. One of those. And then we can go into wood production, gear workshop, and create one of those there. I think we will need a power shift to go into this. Vertical power shaft to connect upwards. So if we were going to build on top of it, we could make a vertical power shaft. You're hungry now? Something you want to start thinking about when you know what to expect, know what's coming as you go deeper into the game. Cool. Back from the first meeting of the day, how's the damming? The damming is going well. We may have accidentally nearly flooded our base, but hey, we've learned a lesson, okay? The lesson we learned was don't flood the base. So hey, that's fine. We now know not to block off any more than a four-way path on this one. And I've got some work to do upstream if I want to do what I want, because if I want to like let this wave flow over here, I need to make sure I block off this, because that'll flood down. That becomes a whole thing we don't want to deal with. So yeah, I may also send people up here to make a levee across this. I do that, and then send people up here on a path. Although maybe I can't, because, you know, I wasn't smart. You're hungry now? I'm very sorry that you're hungry. I apologize profusely. I should find a way to try and manage some of this power better. How are we doing for food? Our carrot supply is starting to drop. We are getting short on food, and I'm glad I noticed when I did. Farmer, efficient farmhouse time. Build one of those. There and there. We haven't got aquatic. Ooh, we could start growing potatoes too, and then we could start grilling potatoes. Nice. Okay, right. Let's start like kind of improving what we do. We've got enough to start unlocking some cool stuff. So a large warehouse, for example, is a 2-story area. We don't necessarily need that one, but we do want to use these medium ones. If I use the medium ones well, I can put one down here, and build some platforms between them to create a large raised platform for making more stuff on top in future, and allow the path access through it that I need for access for these storages. So we can start to manage some of these kind of things. You are now creating gears. Captaholic, you are our gear creator. Good job. I'm proud of you. Storage-wise, if I go for another... I put small storage warehouses in each of these. I can then each of these store gears in. Have a small amount of gears stored in the interims. We have 60 gears. After that, we stop producing. I'll probably move a lot of things later when I want a big amount of production. I'm pretty sure that what I will probably do is we'll probably do all of today's stream on this map and really learn some of the lessons, get really in depth into it. What I will likely then do for tomorrow's stream would be start a new game on one of the more advanced maps or some of like the more advanced kind of issues, with my knowledge kind of fresh, because I've learned lessons here that I don't necessarily want to stick with. It's quite difficult to undo quickly, but there are things actually, you know, that I've learned which have done quite well. So it's about managing those through, right? Now I'm thinking like a beaver. Now I'm thinking with wood. Wait. Maybe I shouldn't say that one out loud. Okay, you are very clearly just not planting anything because you're all good. So if I just get you to plant more oak trees all the way up here. Where the pressure map? What is the pressure map and why does it sound intense? Underground. Okay, we can't do that yet. Surely I could make an ever-expanding pyramid of, like, houses on top of warehouses. Oh god, if I had a large, flat map, I could do absolutely unspeakable things with this. I wonder how complicated you can make an actual city, because I'm just thinking about the three-dimensional nature of it. As long as you have water flowing the correct ways and you have enough stuff supplied, you can do a lot of cool things. You can basically make an entire, like, you can basically make a cube and then just fill the cube with stuff. It's starting to look like a proper settlement. I'm starting to understand what it is that I need to do a bit more, I think. Yeah, it's definitely helping. You've got 15 who are unemployed still, so we should deal with down here. I'm contemplating a hive city. That's not necessary. Where is that option? You mean this one? Sorry, I'm just testing something out. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do with it. Fine, that's broken now. I'll fix that after the stream. Didn't someone do a wall city? I could believe someone would do a wall city. Never knew you were a Timberborn. I played Timberborn when it was in early access, and I really enjoyed it. So yes, I guess I am. I'm Timberborning, that's for sure. I'm about to make my first district center away from home, so I can make a new district down here. Trying to work out where I want to put it. I might put it up on this side of the river. I only want it to be a very, very small district for now, but it will eventually become like a lake city. You open it and, oh, look, the sun's rising. Yeah, that is the issue with this. You can really very quickly... I mean, having chat here to keep me level actually does help. I don't get quite so into it. When I've done city builders in the past, sometimes I've just lost so much time. Oh my god, so much time before. Okay, so actually... which needs to be 4 wide at any given time. So... 4. These can be levees again. See. Some of the other games, City builders, I'm worst for it. Like, I can lose a lot of hours into a good city builder. Master of Olympus Zeus when I was younger, always, like, yeah, spent a lot of time on that. If that's at 185, this should be fine at 85. It's basically 1 in, 1 out for water, plus these pumps are removing water from the supply. Nope, apparently not. Oh, that was fine for a second. And then it wasn't. I think it's because I probably went up and over for a moment. That might have just caused enough of a backlog to... Unless it's because it's pinching that flow all the way through one of these, which should be fine, because it's pinched all this through one at 0.85. Oh, look at this army of haulers that's all flowing to my new industrial site. Are they all builders? Okay, so it's the builders that are doing that, not the haulers. Interesting. So actually, it might be that the best thing for me to build would be another set of builders huts for here. Okay, so this is good. If I block this off now, it will flood too high. So I need to then create a second levee wall system that can go... higher than this wall. So actually, I need to create another wall system. But floodgates don't go lower, so how am I going to do that? Is there a double high floodgate? There is a double high floodgate. That's a whole thing. What I would need to do, at the very minimum, is create a levee here and here. Turn that into an artificial cliff. Another levee is going to be needed there and there. We're going to need levee where this path currently is, platforms across the front, then to install double high over time. Looking for a sluice. They got rid of sluices. Now I think it's double floodgate is going to be needed. That's not going to be a project for this time. This, however, I think if I set it to... don't know what the knock-on effect of that's going to be, so we're going to see, just by reducing that to 1 flow, whether it will cause up here to flood. That's my only concern, because if this floods, it will wash down everything. But I'm hoping by default it'll rather flood over these ones or these ones. No, it'll flood over this first. Neat. What are you waiting for? So we're very nearly done on the... or we're very nearly done on the gears for this one medium tank. Let's just get what... if we can get one of them built before the drought hits, we can at least kind of survive with some of that water. I think they call them fill valves now. Then there's been some terminology changing over time. Yeah, for sure. It sort of looks like SimCity Beaver Edition. I guess that is kind of how that works. I mean, SimCity is just a building sim. There's lots of its type. This can be used to store water. So we can now store 300 water in this, so people can basically haul it from one to the other. Yeah, so we should hopefully be able to fill up at least one of these 300 water before we are done. Okay, oh shit, I didn't build crops, did I? Bugger. Probably a bad move here. I might have fucked up with the food supply. Potatoes. 6 days to build or to make. This one can store potatoes. They still need to be grilled, so we're going to need to find a grill for food. You made spaghetti with homemade tomato sauce. Hey, Crones, I could not think of anything else to say unless I say some meta narrative thing about me saying something. Okay, well, hello, Volkarma. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. That one's storing normal potato. So, yeah, we need a grill. Let's put the grill up here. Then we can do... Let's do a decoration. Let's put a shrub on this corner. See, what I should do is the bridges should just be a whole line of showers. The bridge should just be like, if you're on the bridge, you can have a shower for free. Nice and easy, done. Nap successfully completed. Are you dead yet? I think you have died of old age, indeed. I think a few people have. I'm going to let the list build up, and we will do a big update of all the names soon, because I think some of our... I mean, even some of our diesels are dying out slowly. So, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Chat would avoid the bridge because chat is stinky. Well, this is part of the attempt to get chat to shower. Yeah, it's part of our project. Ongoing work, you know. So up on this one, we could then make a district center. Okay, we're about to hit the drought in 1 day, so we've got 1 day to get this district set up and functional, which is not a huge amount of time. Districts must be separate. Oh, okay, so I can't even make the districts meet. Okay, this is an issue. I've never done this before with this one, so... Do that. Turn that into a district of mine. Separate this one. Not having that built is going to be a problem, actually. So let's undo one of those, get those stairs built as a high priority item, and go from there. Have I thought about using zip lines? No, I haven't. They are... Oh, we could unlock zip lines. Ah, we haven't got the metal yet. No, we're nowhere near metal production. I haven't got the resources to get there. Also, I want to know how districts work. That's a whole thing. I want to understand how districts work. We could unlock the district crossing to understand that. Okay, so that one is now done. Demolish, if we cut that off there, that means this district will be separated properly. So we do have a district. We have no workers in there, but hey. We would need to bring some of the workers across from our first area. You need a district crossing that essentially creates a barrier between two districts, everything on one side. Yeah, basically to separate the two settlements. It seems to be how that one works. It's not something I've played around with before, so it's certainly an interesting way of doing it. I think if we go here and I go migrate population, I can then choose manual migration. I just want to send like 2 workers across for now. Not entirely sure what I just set up, but hey, oh, yeah, we've got 2 people here, so nice. Our new district actually does have, you know, some beavers, so we can start making this work. I just have to basically treat this like it's its own separate small settlement. So if I put like a small pile down, for example, I can use this small pile to store logs. They can get those logs by, I can make one of these and just do a lumberjacks shed thing. So hopefully the 2 beavers that work here will build... That district is a lot bigger than I want it to be. Oh, that one goes as far as it goes to as well. Okay, interesting. So an area of land can be part of 2 districts at once. Okay, that's good to know. We're not far off of that drought. So what I'm going to do here... Not producing those very quickly. Okay, pause. We pause the game. Okay, I'm going to lock off the floodgates. Here and here. There are primary ones. If I close this one off. Okay, so the water is flowing down this, but it's also flowing back up here. I'm wondering if it will go down into this. Here we go. Yeah, nice. It's not a huge amount of water, but a small amount of water flowing down here could be interesting to see what it does. Although I hope it doesn't hit this bad water source. That would not be good. But that's why I built this levee here, so it didn't come flooding down into my settlement as much. So you've got a small amount of wood and some amount of logs. So we need to go... Housing. This lodge requires logs. That... If I did that... That should actually be fine. And that should give us a place that all of those people can live. Nice. Okay, so they'll start building that. Let me go cut trees. So they'll actually work on the whole cut trees area. Interesting. Hello, Dacheesy. How are you doing? Basically, imagine back to where you were at the start with your foot. That's what I'm doing, yeah. But I'm starting off, obviously, this time I can actually start with a triple lodge, for example, rather than just the basic one. I could do a few things. So actually, what I might do is if I migrate some more population, I would probably want this to be 4 people. Let's take 8 of them. 9 is the amount that fits in the lodge. That's basically the goal, right? Some more workers. Hello, Verbiter. How are you doing? Whoever's the most leprechaun scouts by the end of the day wins St. Patrick's Day. That's not ideal. No, that's not what you're meant to do. You're meant to celebrate St. Patrick by being nice to the leprechauns, not by... Oh, I think you're probably doing it wrong. Building needs power to operate. Yes, it won't have power right now because we're in a drought and I'm preserving all of the water in the fields by being very careful. I have not played it. No. I had a look at the Steam article, as well as the Steam page, rather. It looked quite good. You're supposed to celebrate by drinking with the leprechauns. You're meant to buy Irish products, is what you're actually meant to do. No recipe selected. Recipe, I would like you to grill some potatoes. We don't have any potatoes yet for you to grill, but that's not really the point. Grilled potatoes. We do need to do something about building up towards this bad water source. I'm just not having it, you know? In fact, that might be what this whole district focuses on. I might just put this new district to be the one that's focused on dealing with the bad water source. You realize you have no food or water in the new district? That's a good point. Well made. Fair point. Well made. My bad. Water. Food is going to be an interesting one. I would consider making aquatic farms. And I can't remember if aquatic farms can actually be in the water or not. I think the aquatic farm goes on top of the ground. And then you have to, like, send them to go and farm in the water, if I recall correctly. And then we could go... The house for the aquatic needs to be above the water. The farm's areas are below. Good. I'm glad I do remember that correctly. I think, is it Badadoc or is it Cattails? Must be partially submerged in water. I'm not sure if this will work, but hey, this seems to be working so far. Nine adults. This can be stored water. There are still 3 people who don't have jobs, so we can have... There'll be 1 person inside the aquatic farmhouse. No, 2 inside the aquatic farmhouse. 1 inside of the medium warehouse. That will grow cattail roots. I think we still need to cook those. We'll need somebody to work inside of the grill. Cattail crackers. Oh, wait. What do I need to combine with cattails? Food. Hang on, where's the grill we made earlier? Actually, maybe we should be growing Spadadoc then, because we don't have to mill. Probably better for us to grow the Spadadoc so that we can utilize that then, and only need the one bit at the one stage of creation. Because that way, if I go into food, I create a grill. The grill will be the last stage of what I need for harvesting and creating food. So we've got food, water, and housing sorted for the settlement. I think that's my understanding for it. So in terms of utilizing the 9 people we've got, I think this is the best way of doing it. I'm glad that they are bringing resources over to build the grill and stuff before they're building any of these. That's neat. I might need to make one of those, Okay, let's see what's happening with the water. So we still have water here. We're still actually able to pump. We've still got water in our storage. The water up here is managing. It is all, of course, drying out, but that's to be expected. That's why we kind of planned what we've done. We'll need to obviously improve this next. So I think I need to work on this one. I only want to remove the path. Can I just build a levee over it? No, I can't build a levee over it. How do I remove a path? Is there an option to remove a path? Yes, just that one square. Nice. That way I can go landscaping, levee. That will mean I can actually correctly dam this area. We will need to do this. Destroy that path as well. Actually, I'm not sure that works either. Path, delete. We'll need another set of stairs to get up on top of that levee. And you'll need to go up onto this one. Means that this path needs to go there. And we'll build a platform here for that. And we'll need to get rid of this. There must be an easy path removal tool that I'm just missing. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably just being silly. Can't I do one tile of bridge there to get up on the levee from the cliff? They can already go up to get there? Possibly? I don't know. Obviously, we don't want to be growing crops down here long term without being able to control the water supply. So that's what we're going to need to do. At some point, I'm going to need to make some kind of dam here to hold the water in after there's a problem, basically. But the whole point is I want this whole section to become as independent as possible so that I can basically task this one with, like, this whole settlement with the job of building up towards the bad water. This is not going my way. Let's stop this. Let's... Here we go. Okay, so what I want to do now is... So this area here has pretty much... This has completely dried up. So we want to... I want to open this one to 8.5. And as the time ticks by... So there's water here. What blocks it in? I don't remember having a floodgate here. So what is stopping this water flow? Is it Alt? Oh, it's because it's a dam. I didn't realize I had a dam under there. If we were to play a very special D&D one-shot next month, would you want to join us for charity? Yeah, I don't see why not, Winky. When are we talking about and what are we thinking of? That dam cannot be demolished. Okay, well, it's not the end of the world, I guess. Let's open this one up first. And then 8.5. And let chat donate to Derail. I mean, you was doing animal-themed D&D one-shot. Okay. I think we could probably make that one work. Yeah. water that's stored here has worked. What's wrong with you guys? Are you you're stranded? How? What do you mean you're stranded? Oh. Hmm. These beavers aren't what I would call smart. You know full well that's the most chat question you've ever asked. How many bits to summon a Taras? I can believe you. That's going brrr. Okay. Power network supply demand. Oh, fine. Sure. How many bits to seduce the dragon? I don't know if you should be seducing the dragon. I mean, it's for charity, I guess. Fill the entire charity goal and maybe they'll do it. You know what? Fine. No, okay, hold up. What's going on here? Hold up. No good is selected. Okay, so we want you to do grilled spadadoc. You are... Why are you Zuz? You're exhausted? Wait, there are 11 beavers in this place. How? How are there 11 beavers when there are no spare beds for the beavers? Oh, we set a minimum, not a maximum, so I just need to make sure there's enough space for them. No, I set the minimum. It wasn't 2, then 8. That also wouldn't make 11. It's because I think there were 2 new ones that went over. The minimum was set to 2 in District 1. I think. My understanding is that's the minimum number of each ones that you want in an area, right? Okay, so that way you can send all of them apart from the 9, for example. Range, but okay, that makes it kind of work. These guys are starving though, and I'm not sure we're going to get food production up fast enough, so we need to get these guys food, which means we need a food gatherer flag. Then we will also make a storage medium warehouse. We can put behind here. Okay, and then we'll make a path, obviously, to go to that. That can be used to store berries. Berries are what everyone's going to be eating for a while, so be it. Chat, the ads are here. I will be right back. I'm just going to go and check on B, and then please make sure you de-scrungle yourselves. Please make sure that you grab yourselves a drink. Please make sure that you are looking after yourself. Nellis, what? I didn't get a raid alert. What? Oh, no, I'm very sorry. I didn't get the raid alert. I apologize. I'll do it after I'm back. One sec. The sleepiest cat in the world has awoken and he's been fed. Yeah, Nellis making me feel bad. Yeah, you know what? I'm no longer sorry, Nellis. No, thank you for that. I assume you're getting stuff sorted. Back to meetings. I hope that your meetings go quickly, Chicago Strong. Have a good day, buddy. Good to see you, dude. Oh, you have? Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I will get those set up shortly. Let's go and do some names, though. Let's go names in our new settlement of hard workers. Here we go. Let's we've got Big Boss Gaz. We've got Fujikawa. We've got Sindri. We've got Fused Hound. We've got Rachel Nico. We've got Balthazar. Balthazar had a name that they wanted for theirs. My VTuber camera? Oh, sorry. My bad. My bad. Balthazar, I can't remember what the name that you wanted was, so if you could remind me, that would be appreciated. Hades Gamma. It was Daddy Freak, was it? Okay. Poor Freak. Not really poor Freak. We've got Diesel, you know, in the newest in the new area. So here we go. We've got that's Diesel reloaded. And finally, we have Chicago Strong. Can't be with us because they've got to go to meetings, but can be with us in game instead. That will be the next batch. This is our new little base that's focused on getting rid of the bad water. So these are our kind of like our hardcore, very, very important beavers who are, you know, helping us out. Let's see. You haven't finished building yet, so that needs to be done. You know what? Why don't I just build the levees? If I just do that, I can just make make the whole thing floodgates. That's just kind of easier. And then I can just make platforms in this area here to turn it into a water. I could basically turn it into like a water storage area if I really needed to. Yeah, because I can just build this into a water storage, and I can basically kind of trap the water between these two areas if I need to. And that blocks this nicely to turn this into a much, much like higher up area if I need to, and I can flood out. And control all of the flood to here until it gets all the way back up here, in which case we'll be fine. You left, how dare you? You were working? I can't believe it, freak. Can't believe it. I appreciate you too, Balthazar. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I feel like in order to build up to the water source, we're going to have to actually make such a series of platforms that it's going to be wild. Like, I feel like building up to here, then just using this as a path to go along is probably the easiest route. Because we're going to want to go up here. Up here. Can't build over that, I don't think. So we would have to do these. Then it's building up here. This is going to be the challenge. It's a project, that's for sure. Let's see the ones all above it. Delete these. Okay, that's not as bad as it kind of seems. We can probably work with that. We'll just work slowly on... It's basically like doing these platforms is going to be the interesting one. We're low on planks. That's something that we can definitely agree on. We're very low on planks there, just not up here. So we might need more haulers up at this top area. You're still waiting for logs. We're short on logs. So is that what's going on? Increase the priority of that and get through to the next day. Are you use that for dynamite until you domed it? I don't. I think you need less wood if you use the 2 high and 3 high platforms. Probably yes. I mean, this isn't able to be built yet. No one's actually going to go and try building this because it's too far away from stuff. But this is basically just letting us know kind of what we need project-wise to work on. Kind of wild. It's like the beaver version of a bridge on the River Kwai. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. That's a whole thing. Alternatively, we access it from upriver. We haven't got to deal with quite so much just base building up, but we probably have to deal with blowing it up. The whole thing as well. Are you not in the cut trees area? Okay, you are. These are on too much of a rotation. That's the problem. It's not all going to be done in time. Hold shift, click the hologram you want to delete, and then press delete. That sounds useful, Spook. I will, I'll listen to that at some point, eventually. That would be a good idea, right? So you're going to be full of berries soon. I just kind of want them to... I think I am actually going to have to build that connection point. Let's do the district. Let's try the district crossing. Why not? Let's unlock this. 600. It's expensive, but... Demolish. Demolish all of that. Go into district management. District crossing. This needs 4 workers, okay. We're going to need to get some more workers on this side. So if I go into housing, make a basic lodge here. I can also, for the purposes of well-being, we'll put down a shrub on the corner here and... Will that work? How do roofs work? Like, are they actually good for a building? Do they actually help us? I might have flooded some of my houses. We might have a problem, chat. I might have accidentally flooded some people's homes. My bad. Oops. Roofs give well-being. Well-being makes your beavers live longer. That is helpful. Okay. Oh, it's 2 halves. Okay. So I would like you to import You're basically just giving us whatever we need. We don't need you to import everything. Okay, well, maybe we'll have access to everything, I guess. This way, they can actually start building our platforms, so we can start making our city, though, which is kind of nice. They move faster if they're happier, so faster movement speed, etc. is the benefit. Okay. Yeah, that bad water is now very much alive. I love the physics of the water movement. They have done a great job with it. That is for sure. Building unstaff. Okay, building lacks goods. The grill. Well, that's because they haven't started doing this yet, so we're getting there. You can store water. We know that. That's a good step. You are very nearly done on gears. Got 1 gear. That will give us a decent amount of water storage. It would be very helpful to have. What's a bad tide? Is that where all of the water becomes bad? Is that a thing? That sounds horrifying. What? I've forgotten everything about this game. This is great. Okay, well, at least we can get a huge amount of water stored up. That's helpful, right? Let's see. Let's do this. Let's make another one of those there. Okay, we are going to have to unlock the double high platforms. It's happening. It is time. I'm going to need those. That means we can start accessing some of this. It's remod without leaving your colony and oxygen not included without the engineering. Yes. I think, to be honest, this is a little bit less intense than RimWorld. There's lots to it, but it's mostly around water. It's kind of a bit more laid back, and you can probably play a little bit more easily than RimWorld. I need to store water and spice. You know what? You're probably right. I should be storing water and spice. We don't... These guys are just basically not doing anything because we're so stocked up on wood up here. Like, we've got a huge amount of it supplied. Most of what I'm waiting for now appears to be science, so maybe I should actually start working on electricity and science. I could also look at dynamite. It scares me. It scares me, the idea of giving us dynamite, chat. I'm not sure that was a wise move, right? Landscaping, explosives factory. See, that's the concerning part. Like, we need to get metal first of all. We can do metal by dismantling scrap metal and processing it. Fine. Turns the metal into... So we need a scavenger flag and the smelt. So we need 550. Let's unlock the scavenger flag first. We'll need that at some point. So, done. Large wind turbines. What did we need again from the science? It is 200 horsepower. Explosive for beavers? Damn! Exactly. Bulk up storage on water, food, and wood. It will disappear fast. Okay. Probably do that. We'll probably think about some kind of storage structures, because there must be an efficient way of doing these warehouses, so you've got like an inner ring. Okay. Store berries. 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 This can store carrots. If I put in a bunch of platforms to join these up, we can then utilize that vertical space afterwards as well. Gonna use up a lot of planks, but hey, it'll help us long term. Can you terraform? Not yet, but yes, eventually. It's just that I currently can't terraform, I think is the problem. If I put these up here. Is that enough wood storage? Okay, apparently it might actually not be. Hello. Hi, Bailey. Meow. Oh. She's a nice cat. What have you been up to? Have you been sleeping? You've been sleeping? Is that what you've been doing? Have you been having a sleep? Meow. Hello. Are you liking those bags? Make more planks and gears. That's the plan. That's what we'll be doing. Once we've got a huge amount of like wood storage, I can actually kind of see and manage that stockpile a bit better. Hi, what's up, little fella? Yeah, you're a good boy, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You wanting me to follow you? What are you wanting to do? You can't make your mind up. You don't know what you want. Oh, hello. Hi, chat. Look at this little baby. Rachel, Nico, that's the knight's sleeping. You don't want to disturb the sleepy knight. That's that wouldn't be very good, you know. Nature sends its message through the leaves. That's horrifying. So these are finished. Okay, you heading off. Okay, I think he's gonna go for a snack. The real streamer has been and gone. Be grateful for his passing. Bye bye, baby B. I know. He's such a sweet bubba. Okay, so we've got some space up here that we can build on. This is now actually a settlement that has something going on in it. How are we on storage? So we're really low on plank. We are going to need some more plank infrastructure. So let's see what we can get working on here. So that's producing the right amount of power for what we need. 50 to 50. This, however, is producing a lot more than 50. It's producing 300 for 50. So if I no longer accept goods here, and we empty these goods from the warehouse, we're going to get rid of this storage, which is a bit extreme, but buy small piles for creating Or we can start working on underground piles, which is kind of wild. If I just demolish this now, I can go to the forester and I can go to plant trees and bushes. And if we plant these oaks in here, turn this into an actual kind of grove, we can demolish then some of the other ones that aren't really needed, and we can hopefully make a bit more of an efficient path to separate out the berry bushes and the oak. How many berries have you got saved up? Okay, you're kind of good on berries. And we are going to have the Spadadoc seedlings done soon. You'll let the night sleep until it's ready to answer the call of war. Yeah, until it's ready for me to do more magnetizing, because I'm going to be honest, the magnetizing of models is quite a lot of work for me. Okay, so we've got 47 planks now, so it does come down to the fact that we just need more plank creation. So if I change this logs into planks, I go down to wood and I create a lumber mill. We're going to need 50 horsepower per lumber mill, and we need the right spacing for it. So haulers up here can bring people in. That's not necessarily a problem. We just need to get power to both of these facilities. Power we will be able to do with this tab. It is, if I do one of these, I put one of those there and a power shaft. If I cancel this, no, actually I'll leave that one there. These look like these can be cut down. So if I build a forestry station up here as well, we can clear this area out. Sweet. You know what? I'll just put another wind turbine here. Not the most efficient thing I've ever done, but hey, it works. I think these use... they use planks by themselves. Fine. If we can run another one of these off of here, which we will be able to do, if I can delete this, we will likely be able to run another turbine out this way, and potentially I could potentially even get a water wheel running down here. It's a whole thing. No goods in stock. Oh, that's because I built it the wrong way around. My bad. Yeah, I had a moment and I built the building with the door at the wrong end of the property. My bad. They'll cut down all of these trees, though, which should hopefully free up some of this area for building. We can probably do some stuff up here. You already make paper? No, I don't make paper. What do you mean there are HTTP API levers so that chat can activate things on the map through an API? What the hell? I don't think that you guys need or deserve control for that. I'm going to be honest with you. That's kind of wild. Medical beds apparently can go here. Decoration. If I build one of these scarecrows. Nice. That's going to need paper. I don't have paper. That's the next thing to work on. That's going to be... a paper mill? Okay, that's very doable. We can do that as well. That's going to require power, which we can also run off of these. Pull the lever, chat. I don't like the idea of giving chat the power over that. I'm going to be honest with you. That does actually fill me with a small amount of fear. If I do another lumber mill here, and I go 1, 2... I think that will then power that lumber mill as well. Once this is made. Yeah, there we go. Now we're lumbering. Now we can lumber properly now. Time to really get some planks churning out. And then we can use that to basically settle this entire area, I would hope. That said, we're not too far away from the next drought, which is probably not ideal. So let's just store some stuff up for a while. We've got a small amount of grilled potatoes and a small amount of apparently we got some chestnuts from somewhere. I don't really understand where from, but hey, that's a thing. Got some trees here that we can always use. Building lacks goods. That is a grill that's lacking spadadock. Fine. Construction lacks materials. Again, that's lacking paper that we are getting close to unlocking. Chestnut tree must have been fully grown long enough for a gatherer flag to get chestnuts from it. Wow, okay, cool. It's that, I could see that being a thing. I'm hoping that we're going to get our first spadadock before we get off our next drought, because that could be a bit of a concern otherwise. I have an offer. We get control. We give you artifact. Okay, I'm interested in hearing more about this deal, John O'Clock. I like the idea of artifacts. Artifacts are good. What? 1 second, chat. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I've just witnessed Bailey just sprinting across the garden at full pelt, chasing a fully grown pigeon. We're not talking like a small London pigeon. We're talking like a British wood pigeon, which is about the same size as he is. I mean, it's a bit smaller than he is, but like... He's 16 years old. If he catch it, what's he going to do with it? Like, he's going to be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to bring this inside. I hope not. I've given him chicken. I've given him chicken today, chat. I can't. I'm genuinely. Yeah. Okay, that's building his power to operate. So that's because it's running the power wheel. I think I might get rid of this lumber mill and this power wheel. And therefore turn this into a... empty that goods store the warehouse. I'm just gonna use up here to be where we are gathering all of the wood and then shipping it off. I think that all the wood storage should long term be down here. This needs power, but we've got no wind. That's going to be the challenge. That's why I should build a water wheel, right? Does that need to go in the water, or I thought that needs to be in the water more. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the wrong type. That makes sense. Not a water wheel? Why not a water wheel? Excuse me. How does a vertical power shaft work? I'm guessing like that. Which is slightly disgusting, but I guess it works, okay? I weirdly think that this mismatch of stuff might actually work. If they can actually get up there to build, that's the whole thing. Okay, that's so they will get over there and build? Or do I need to just make a path up and over the hill? Up and over the water, even. I need a path stairs? Yeah, I thought I might. I don't know if they'll actually move through this power system. Okay, well that's worked. Yeah. Okay, so that's also not working. They cannot walk through power shafts. That sounds lazy to me. But fine. I remove the two horizontal power shafts, create vertical power shafts. With the horizontal one in the air on a platform. Now it works. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this should hopefully work to give us power infrastructure. I think we might need to build up to these, though. Oh, no. That's working. Okay, so we need 1 gear to finish the vertical power shaft. Fine. We've got 18 gears, so we should be good for that. We've got a drought approaching in 1.6 days, so not great timing, but hey, it's not the end of the world. Have we got enough food stored up? Berries, no. Yeah, okay, maybe on berries. We're doing okay on grilled potatoes. Not so good on non-grilled potatoes, but you just need 50 logs. Hold shift, click the thing you want to demolish, then press delete to skip the pop-up. Okay, we'll just shift delete. Okay, fine. I don't mind the confirmation, to be fair, because it does kind of help me to not delete the stuff that I'm not meant to destroy. Look at all of these workers. Oh yes, the industriousness of these beavers. Bringing a flood of logs to the water wheel just in time for the drought to turn it all off and prevent it from working for the next few days. But here is our power system. We can use up here for most of our power supply, you know, related things. But like that's... We're now getting an awful lot of power through. 649 out of 100 on that. That's wild. Just came back home after a short 37-minute 10-kilometer bike ride of the year. Well, I'm glad you're getting out there and looking after yourself. Man, that's wild. Okay, so the drought's going to hit in 0.5 days. I've got quite a few planks saved up, but realistically, we're going to want more planks saved up than this. And I also think that actually we could probably utilize the storage around here better. So if I go into storage and get large piles... Damn. In that case, let's just go for... Planks are still a bulky good, so they are still going to count towards that limit. We'll put one of them here. I haven't let any of those hit down here yet, so these are just kind of in the interim. Then, if I do... I need to use up a lot of planks, right? Because we're basically producing a shed load of them. I'm going to basically make a platform city out here. You would not say you're looking after yourself? Well, if you're going for that kind of bike ride to make yourself better, I would say that you are looking after yourself, bud. Like... This kind of thing is a process. You don't just you don't just suddenly start, you know, being healthy overnight. It takes work and it takes effort. And I think that, you know, you are obviously putting that work in to go for a 10-kilometer bike ride. This early in the season, I think you're looking after yourself. Lake Town, yeah, this will be Lake Town. This is going to be great. I just want to see if we've got a lot of water. We've got 900 water saved up. I feel like we could blow this area and utilize this lake better. This morning you weighed 153 kg. Well, you're working on it, bud. That's the main thing. Or 337 guns per Eagle units. That's... Thank you. We do need it in American here. Let's put this at 0.5 so it matches the one beyond it. I start saving some of the water up. That'll overflood here slightly. That's fine. That's to be expected. So if I put this one up at full, allow water through these for a second. We can close that one off. Difficult to see how full the water down here is. Halfway. So if I bring this up to 90. Alternatively, I could put that up at 1. Put this up at 1 and start saving water before the drought hits. The ads are here, chat. The drought's about to hit. Look after yourself. We will be right back. Whoops. Welcome back after those ads, everyone. How are we doing? It is good to see you all. Thank you all for sticking with. I hope that you unscrungled your spine and looked after yourselves. I'm watching you. Very important that you look after yourselves, chat. You know that. I'm just going to change the playlist because this one's been playing for a while. We'll switch to this playlist. And I'll turn up slightly on my end because I can't really hear it. Okay, so we've just had the drought hit in game. No goods selected. That makes sense. They're just there to store planks currently. Oh, Bailey, hello. Hello. Are you waiting outside the window now to be let in? Is that what you do? Meow. Yeah, okay. I just see a little cat face at the window. Hi, are you cold? Yeah, is that your new way in and out of the house? Meow. Hello. Okay. What a big baby. That's what he is. You store planks. You are also due to store planks. That's all storing logs. That's storing logs. We've got a lot of logs stored up here. We should probably spend some of our planks. Well, this is for. I'm expecting just to see an absolute flood of haulers take all of these planks out and then just like flood down to where we were going down here. They all have to go via this, I think. Yep, no power for them because there's no water flow. The water back up here is good because actually the bad water flowing in, I think, also stops when the drought comes. Okay, baby. Yeah, like I said, Stunzy, I think that last winter might have been procrastinating all the time, but as long as you've learned lessons from it and you're doing better with it now, you're looking after yourself now, that's all you can really ask of yourself, right? You know? How are we on storage? So we've got 18, so we've actually still got 12 free beds in this settlement, which is kind of wild. So if I go housing triple lodge and I do build another triple lodge here, that's doable, and then another one I can build here. That just means that Lake Town can start to grow, chat. We can start to actually build Lake Town. B can, well, that's because it's currently showing all the Warhammer and stuff as well, and it's currently quite high up. So yeah. Okay, so unfortunately, I think I'm going to release the water from this floodgate to prevent our Spadadoc dying at 94%. If I let out a small flow of water, it's just going to keep this alive long enough. We've got 0.8 days left on the drought, so as long as I can leave a small amount of water just basically covering the Spadadoc, we should be okay, but I can't maintain that for long. We've already run low on water, so there's no more water coming. I may need to lower this slightly to say 0.7. Allow 30 centimeters of water back into the flow. We could also do this and allow all of the water out of that. Not a large amount, but it's enough. The main thing is we just need to get this like 96%. I haven't yet built a damn downstream node. It's literally just trying to keep these fields flooded. We've only got 0.7 days left. You know, I'm trying to see what we can make work. There's still water in this system. There's still water in this system. So we've got a small amount that we can keep this watered. It's basically 1 day short. But water is still flowing out of here. Water's still flowing across our dams. So this is still working. We are still managing to make it work. If I up the speed, then we'll see what happens. Okay, so water flowing has stopped. Now it's flowing in reverse. that's pushing up that way. These are going to be dry, but we're at 0.6 days. I can also still lower this. Shouldn't be any water flow coming from that until it's at 1 meter. June Part 3 trailer is out. Oh, awesome. Oh, hello. Are you back? Hello, Bailey. Hi. Also, this Spadadoc is now ready, so it can actually be harvested. So they should hopefully be becoming available during this in-game day. That behind me on the bag. He likes the Warhammer bag. So it'll die in 1 day, but we've got 0.4 days until it's ready. Let's see how quickly it says it'll die. 0.4, so that will die out. So if I take this one and I lower this to, say, 70, will that flow? Yep, that will flow. 70 will allow some water out of there. We can re-flood the Spadadoc fields. And we do still have water up here. We've still got 30 centimeters of water in this. So we've actually managed to make this work. Because this water that comes through back here isn't used for anything other than really this wheel. Whereas this water is used for the entirety of our, like, heartlands. If I can cut off the corner or even turn this into its own dammed area, we'd be doing very, very well. One of the things I will want to do is basically see if I can create a whole dammed section where we can access this lake. But the challenge is that this lake becomes tainted with this bad water that at some point we need to deal with. And either we turn that into... we either turn that into dynamite, which some of you have suggested, or I just cap it and we use a different field area for it. So there's a lot of options. This is about managing the resources. You must away. Have fun. We'll catch you later, Uncommon. Thank you very much for being here. Hello, Hardware Junkie. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Spadadoc, come on. We're at 0.1 day on the drought. And again, I haven't even utilized a huge amount of what's up here. Like, we can drop this to 0.8, for example. And I can actually start reflooding my fields as normal, which is quite nice. So the water's now going to start flooding through. You'll see the water level here grow, and it'll start flowing out of this gate. That's how we know the drought is properly over. Once the water behind it fills up to 0.8 high with the new wash coming down here, we'll start seeing it flow through this floodgate and refilling our, what I call like kind of a pond. There we go. Water started to flow. Water will start flowing at full pelt out of these. We can raise this back up to start creating a small amount of water storage. It's only the water that's underneath this, so it's not a huge amount of water that we've ever got saved in here. But it's a small amount is enough to keep the fields going for a few hours while we work out alternate methods. And this is churning out power right now. So our plank city should be going quite well. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see. I think I need more haulers. Wild. We were going to work on paper next, so wood, paper mill. It does need power though, so if we go here, that will work better. That's another location for, you know, things that we need. So if I go... I feel like a hauling post up here is probably quite useful, given how many people are functioning around here. The paper mill is now functioning. Let's create storage for the paper mill. We'll need a large pile for that. No, it's demolished that. If I move that, I can put one of these large piles down in here. And I can put another one in here and keep access to this entire street. This one can be used to store planks. We will get a medium warehouse here. That can store paper. Because you shouldn't store paper in the warehouse, you know, it just doesn't make sense. You're storing gears still. Nice. Forester. Okay, let's plant some trees that will work in the meantime. We probably need some... build some pine trees in this gap. Not a huge amount, but it'll help. That's spadadock. It's all being harvested. We're grilling the spadadock. It's being turned into food. Is that food being stored? It is. We've got 151 grilled spadadock here, so these guys have actually got a decent amount of food stored up, which is good news. We like that. And we're starting to build Lake Town. Dune Part 3 announced. Cannot wait. What a great film. There you go, 26 paper. We've got our scarecrow here, and we've got our medical tent for people who are injured. We've actually got a surprising number of people who are injured. There's 2 of them at the moment. This one can be used to store planks as well. What a treat. How do you treat planks? What, I don't even... Are you winning, son? I'm definitely learning a lot. Like, we've actually got a surprisingly productive area. We're basically, we've grown to meet our production lines. We're now kind of working on what I'm calling Lake Town. That's what chat's calling Lake Town. Pine resin and a wood workshop. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm going to need these pine trees for it then. We would need a tapper's shack for that. We could use these pines. So these are pine. If I built a tapper's lodge up here, that could be a thing. Tapper's lodge. Where are we gonna? How are we gonna make that? Is that wood? Tapper's shack. Here we go. They tap pine resin. Hello. Yeah, who's a nice cat? No, wrong one. This one? Yeah, cat. Did I move this? Hello. Hi. Look at this nice cat, chat. He's very cute, isn't he? Hello, Bailey. Let's move the sharps. I won't be assembling models with Tamiya glue if you're around, so my bad. Definitely didn't forget that was my plan for the day. We can do that in a bit. Once Bee's had a nap and moved on. Mrat. Yeah, you are so cute, aren't you? So sweet. Let's see if he just settles. He might just settle and go straight to sleep, I'm going to be honest with you. He does sometimes just want a nap. So what do? You take just the tapped maple and you guys just kind of... Where do you store this? Logs, planks, and gears. Okay, yeah, that's a good spot, isn't it? Did you know that all cats carry the tabby gene? So cats like B that express the gene are the most cat's cat. I would believe that he is the cattest cat that ever catted. Yes. Absolutely would believe that, yes. So where do we store that resin? Is it one of these items that gets stored? Yeah, so we need a warehouse for it. But it doesn't need to be a centralized warehouse necessarily. We could probably store it up here. That can be used for pine resin. So we've got a decent number of haulers and builders, which is quite nice. This building is not connected. Well, that sounds rude. How are we going to collect taxes, etc., without it connecting the buildings up? Which is not. I'm guessing that you can just immediately get started and start bringing in some of this from those pines that are up here. Yeah, we've just got a bunch of pine resin. Okay, that was surprisingly easy to get. Unconnected build. Oh, beavers are happier than ever. Unconnected building. That means that you need a path. That's fine. We can do those. That's easy. Building unstaffed. That's kind of fine. It's a low priority. I thought you guys would be trading for planks. Yeah, you are. Okay, so what we need to do next is, I think these guys will starting to wonder. About storage over time. So if I can put some storage up here. If we can get these guys to become a little bit more like self-sustaining, or I can just turn them into a resource storage colony. So one of these could store planks and one of these could store logs. And as long as they're shipped in, I've always got a bit of a backup because they are somewhat reliant on, you know, the people. These guys don't actually harvest their own trees as often as these guys will be. But hards and structures, we're getting close to being able to unlock and play around with zipline stations. We need 1,200 for that, I think. Or suspension bridges are a thing. You usually build a lot of hauler posts into low priority jobs. That's what I've done, yeah. So the one that says building unstaffed, that's because it's a hauler job. So to me, it doesn't feel like such a big deal, but the game is very upsetto spaghetto, so we'll see. I'm glad that all of these are fully grown as well. That's nice. You could probably expand this cut tree radius, I'm going to be honest. They're growing more spadadoc. We've got a whole amount saved up. You've got a huge amount saved in here. Waiting for planks. Well, planks are all being used by our rather large lake town construction. You come back and you hearing this right? Beavers on ziplines. Yeah, beavers on ziplines. How many river wheels do you have? Yes, we only have 2. We're running one here for these lumber mills. And I'm running one up here combined with these wind turbines, although they're not currently in major use, to basically run the paper mill and some other lumber mills. We're not doing a huge amount with it yet. Although, if I'm right, we've got a huge amount of pine resin that's just sitting there. So we'll be able to create strengthened planks at some point. Again, I'm not really sure what they're used for, but it seems like we've actually got quite an advanced setup with that. the observatory needs the pine resin, which is one of the reasons why I was working on that, because actually this is kind of what I want to work on next. But it needs 200, you know, horsepower. So I'm going to need a couple of... If I can build up here on this top bit, which would be cool, I can do that, but I'll need a few river wheels, I think. So it's just about planning on where I'm going to be doing my my science. If we go water, no, power. For example, this grabs 350 horsepower. Well, I'm going to call it beaver power, but fine. And we can get that to float multiple times, especially if I artificially, like, kind of make the other bank smaller. It can be a whole thing. With the metal tribe, they use pneumatic tubes to zoom around? Wow. Beaver bereavement simulator? Yes. Have you faced any tragic ends? No really tragic ends yet. We've actually been doing okay so far. We're currently working on improving our output of science. However, this, I think, is the more sensible option for me to do. So while it might take a little bit more work... Because we need to make vertical management of power here. Vertical power shafts. I think I can put a horizontal on top of that and it will work. There you go. That's a power coupling that will work for example, I think about 700 horsepower of water. And then if I do a science next to it and I create this observatory, we put that there. Okay, I haven't got enough science points for it. You get the idea. I'm not far off of being able to get the science points for that. If I can get this built, then I've got a free set of power infrastructure available for when I, you know, get to what I want to. But I'm going to need to be able to get down to the water, I think. At least at first. Stargazing beavers. You want to put those words in series parallels better? I want to put them... I'm going to put 2 in on the other side as well. But at the moment, I'm only starting on this one side because the heighting is different. I think B's happy where he is. To be honest with you. I think these guys could probably use a hauling house. Weirdly. How does that work? Why would I not just do this? Cool, that does work. Then I can go to management. I can do a builder's hut on the far side. Or, in order to improve their well-being, I could start putting some of these up here. A rooftop terrace. We will then put a platform beneath it. And then I'll put stairs leading up to it. We're starting to really work in 3D, which is part of the challenge. Then we can do decoration. We can put some shrubs up. I think that one will work. Ooh, I can put some platforms up behind this as well. It kind of feels a bit weird for Lake Town to end there, so I should probably do this. Look at that. Lake Town is expanding. There's a plot. Yeah, there is a part 3 coming out for June. Yeah, he looks very content. He does, doesn't he? He's just very settled. He's doing well. He's doing well. I'm really pleased. I would like to do storage and then medium tank here. Go down there for now. I just definitely want to make sure that we've got a large amount of water storage for this base as well, rather than just the one. Like, having just 30 for this is not going to be great when we've got more settlements coming. Let's do another well-being. Let's put up a teeth grindstone here. Oh, we can put those underneath the platforms. That's useful. Okay. Up the priority on this construction so that I can put these other workers into be haulers. You can have 10 workers. Wait, are we low on logs here? No, it's just about low on people hauling. You'll need it elsewhere. I don't want stuck in that one. Oh, look at him. He's getting all comfy, chat. We're doing fairly well. I could probably focus on... we could see what doing some of that storage of power looks like. So if we go power and storage, we need metal still. So we still can't do that. But we have got everything that we now need to make an observatory. We're just short on the points. So it's... Wait, you... Oh, it's too far from a district and cannot be reached. I wonder if we can do a better path that comes... That is probably why. That didn't help. Okay, let's build this power infrastructure. Let's get you guys building. Okay, so that's going to produce 350. 280. So between them, that's turning out just over 600 power, which is pretty great. Do you need... So you should be able to get to those easily. We should be able to... We should be fine, actually. So we're over 1,000 on power. We're going to make Mahoodles proud. We're making an observatory. December 18th, 2026. Okay, what have you got there? Pine resin, gears. Just about enough gears. We just need to make sure that they do finish the power shafts, because they're kind of vital. We're only getting the power through from one of them so far. Okay, there we go. There's the second one. Nice. Okay, so that power should be, yeah, go 629. This only needs 200. So we could run 3 observatories off of just those two wheels. That's, rather than bringing us 1 a second, or sorry, 1 an in-game hour, every 0.75 in-game hours, this is going to bring us 10. So this is just going to get us way, way more production of this. Why do all 3? It is a lot of employment needed, but watch the power shooting up with like every 10. It's wild. There you go. It's just jump. I mean, that means I can free up the beavers that are inside of these inventors. 91%, 39%. Okay. 17%. Yep. On the corporate live, people fumbling with PowerPoint, spending 50 minutes and oh wow, wild, yeah. Can't believe he's working for Big Water. Bad tide. What is? Okay, now we're gonna find out what a bad tide is. It's flashing like it's something major and problematic. So it's probably fine. Ignore it. I don't feel like it is fine. The rivers flow with soap? I feel like that's not a good thing. I feel like Lake Town as an existence doesn't work well with a bad tide. That doesn't sound like a good set of moves. There we go. So now they've got access to a rooftop terrace here. This is good. We've got a decent amount of logs stocked up, decent amount of planks stocked up here. That's working quite nicely. You guys need gears. Grinding them. You've not got a huge number of planks. You are short of planks. It's just planks. We're just basically waiting for production to go through for the logs. On the bright side, we're very much getting this resource so much faster. Even with 10 every 0.75. I do space raccoon romac, yes. Yeah, it's what we're relying on here. The paper mill is being powered by the actually no, it's not. I thought it was, but it's not. My bad. I do know that, yes, I'm just not currently utilizing that fact. That's what I'm basically saying, yeah. We're very close to finishing our Lake Town area though. Bad tide is the big thing to learn to deal with, and it would be kind of unfair to tell you what it is exactly over letting you find out to live yourself. You've got a log stocked up for me? Winky, you should go to the bathroom. Come on, man. Look after yourself. You think that after everything else that's happened to you recently, you want an anal fissure as well? No, Winky. Look after yourself. Go to the loo regularly. What's the matter with you, Winky? Come on. Come on. You can do better than this. I'm going to pause this one. You don't need to be done. I feel like we should make some more homes. I think we actually might be unironically short on workforce again. It's fine, we can manage that. I can manage being short on workforce. If I just do another set of triple lodges here, I can just do this. That will make it flow through that one. Don't really need that. I feel like we've made our waterways a little bit congested, but we're basically going to call this section New Venice, because that's kind of how this seems to feel. Perfect. Is this the Kronos VI? It is indeed, Clef and Twain. I am the Kronos VI. You can see my V-tubing avatar located here, or my true body having a nap. Mind control, full dive VR into the V-tubing avatar. That's how this works. I feel like the bad tide is not something I want to deal with, so I kind of hate that. Makes sense, right? Just kind of tracks logically. What are we short on? 6 gears? Oh, okay, we're waiting for gears to get manufactured. I probably should make another gear workshop. I'm going to be honest. Like, this has been a bit of a bottleneck for a while. So we could probably improve that. But I think we're also short on planks, you have to remember. Gears are also getting used over here by the medium tank. Oh, that's going to be a problem. That's not good. I didn't realize that I don't have this storage finished, and there's no way we're gonna have enough gears created in time, so that's gonna be a problem. You know what? You can pause, and you can also no, you cannot pause. We're 1 gear away from this being done. If we can finish that, at least we've got the power, like we've got the science being produced. There is a, never mind the human, there's a cat cam, instantly better. Fine. If that's what it takes, so be it. I know what chat wants. Okay, so time to find out exactly what the bad tide is, but I want to cut off the water supplies first, I'm going to be honest. No, I don't stop the top of the water first. Slow that down. There's no cutting off the water down here, so let's leave that, put that to 1 point. Let's have a look and see what's happening. Oh, so during a bad tide, does the actual source water become corrupted? Is that the problem? So the reason that the bad water is encroaching so slowly is because I've actually, like, reduced the water flow massively in this area. The only water flow you're actually seeing is this slight overflow down here. Everything else is staying largely level, so any extra volume is just getting pushed out. But this way, it's not going into my settlement. It's all kind of shunted away. But not forever, because it'll flow and create lakes and stuff, and we don't really want that. So what does the bad water actually do? It obviously turns it into grossness. Oh, that's coming from up there. That's not good. That's letting 0.25 out. That's letting out 0.10. So I've still got some extra overflow going out over the side here, but nowhere near as rapidly as I could be. That's the only real drainage. So that's why there's some flooding going upstream. I just don't want the flooding to obviously spread too far. The ads are here. I will be right back, chat. Give me a second. I'm going to do my stretches. Whoop. Expedition 33 is having a chunky 1 GB patch. That's good news. It's been, what, a year and a bit now since that's been around? Do I have a list of stretches I do while streaming? No, I tend to get up and do my physio stretches because of my back problem. I've had to obviously go and get those done. Some of those involve like hanging from a door frame. Some of them involve like, you know, doing like standing on the edge of a step and dipping your heels. Some of them are just generic kind of generic stretches really, designed to kind of make sure that I'm not scrungling too much. Sadly, cleft in twain. I find that people get funny about stretches and stuff online if, you know, that's not how you do this, that, and the other, stretch streamer. How dare you? You've insulted my family, my mother, and 11 octopi generation. You get it? Your dad has a friend who fell from a tree and has to do back stretches? Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, certainly, I think. Unconnected buildings. Yeah, okay. Flooded is that one. Building lacks power. Okay, we know about all of those. It's just keeping an eye on the bad tide currently. I wish I'd set up a diversion so the bad tide would be diverted away from me more. That's what I was trying to do with this, really. If I'd correctly demolished this, it would divert all of the bad water, flow down this way away from my base, but I didn't think that far. So I'm now basically going to hope that the overspill will work when the bad tide ends, but it's spreading a lot more than I want it to. Like, this is the pond right above my settlement. I don't think I did the right thing here. I think this is actually flooding down. Yeah, it is. See, it's actually flooding over this dam slowly. I'm hoping that this bad tide will mostly get pulled down this way, but I'm not convinced. Hello, No More Ender. How are you doing? Dang you to unscrungle. You should definitely be unscrungling. It's very, very important. Yes. That's the bad tide there. Again, I'm hoping that that flows down that way. We're just trying to keep an eye on it, really. A small amount of water flow out here has worked nicely for keeping the Spadadoc fields wet, though. We're basically half of the way through the bad tide, though, so I think we're going to have to wait and see what happens, because I'm a bit worried that the beavers are going to be crossing this. They're going to be going through the bad tide more than they probably should. Although if it's nighttime, my hope is going to be that they will be inside, not going through the water when the bad tide might be going that way, because as you can see, it is now getting drawn down this way slightly more than this. So I'm just hopeful, although this is starting to flood, so I think I need to lower that. Yeah, see, that bad tide is getting real close. Could temporarily delete the path. That's a good idea. Yeah, well, we can try that. The issue is where it's going to flood crops and trees, etc. But we've only got 0.1 day of it. Then it'll need to flush through. That's my concern, is that if we don't let this water out quickly, I mean, look, because this is bad tide now. This is all bad tide water, which is now flooding over this. Like I said, if I'd broken this, we would have been fine. Unfortunately, I just didn't get here in time. And now we have got bad tide water in our main supply. I don't really know what to do with it. Let's have a look. More of it is flowing out than it is into our base, luckily, but this is corrupted. Like, this is not nice. We can't be using this. Like, I think I should turn this water off. Because I feel like showering in bad tide water is not going to be good. If we flush the system out entirely, that's a good shout. Although most of this is... So the new water is pushing the bad tide out. If I can... I can't flush it out currently. That's something I'll have to develop. That said, this bad tide stuff here is very... how to describe it? It's getting very diluted by the fact that we're not... It's gonna... There's no way to prevent some of it from going past the Spadadoc. That's my only concern. But you can see the difference. The real water is like properly blue, so... I think we are just gonna have to flood it through. I think I am not gonna be happy either way. It's dilute, yeah, but it's dilute enough, but unfortunately it's just gonna be... I think I just need to let it run. I need to wait for more of the water to get, the bad water to get pushed out down this way than it is into my settlement. We know these are unconnected. That's because they're waiting to build these. Okay, so it'll block itself due to bad water. Fine. Yeah, see, that's got bad water going through it now, so I probably need to let this system flush it through. So if I flood the fields to let the maximum amount of water flow through from the top overnight, hopefully the fresh water will flood out the bad water. Because this is mixing here to create some bad water and some non-bad water. This is pulling through all the nice clean fresh water. Oh yeah, it's staining all the land. This is gross. Oh no, one of our beavers is unwell. Spent too much time in contaminated water. One of our beavers went into it. Oh no. Well, none of this needs harvesting or touching just yet, so I need to find a way to clear out the bad tide. That's basically what I need to do, is I need to create a way of flushing the system, because we're only just now about clearing out all of the bad tide's water. Okay, let's build a path and get our sap supplies back. Sorry about that, chat. That was obviously not ideal. I wasn't really sure what was going on for a while there. But then there are sources of bad water. Up here is a constant source of bad water. That's the main one that's near our base. It's quite near to Lake Town. Have you actually saved up any gears yet? Not very many, but some. I don't think we need... I think 2 of them is enough. That's getting us a huge amount of... We can definitely get zip lines now, by the way. Yeah, we've got zip lines. I don't quite know how these are going to work, though. How... Zip lines, If you have a stream gauge, I was told they're not worth... I mean, I can do it by sight. We're fine now. There's a little bit of water, a little bit of stuff left, I think, up here, but nothing too unmanageable. Oak seedlings, it died? Yep, fine. So we need to, up here, create a bunch of stuff to process things. We need to do a lot more of our industry up here. So if we get... If I do two more gear workshops there. We're not far up against get a wood workshop entirely. That'll help make more gears, but I still think we need more planks. I think that's what it comes down to. If I went lumber mill and I went like... that's not going to work. 2 lumber mills, and then for power, I do a power shaft that goes this way. I can then also get a power shaft that runs this way. And let me do some stuff up here. Alternatively... If I cut that off there, I can do a horizontal, but I can do a vertical. And I can join those 2 networks together so that they're actually being fed by the same group. Then when I put batteries in, I can store those in the right place. And I feel like if I store them here, somewhere up here, this is the kind of place that would work, up on the hillside. I don't necessarily know how these work. That's my only concern, is that I'm not entirely certain on how the gravity batteries actually function. You need to come back in your next life as B. He looks so content. He does, doesn't he? He really knows how to manage that contentness. I'm networking? Kind of, yes. I'm not good. No, not while he's this asleep. No. It still needs metal, and we don't produce metal yet. Also, 40 gears, that's a lot, given that we haven't got a huge amount of gears. How are we on injuries? Okay, we're still pretty good on those. Overall, I think we probably should invest a little bit more in well-being. Lido, perfect place to relax by a river. Wait, what kind of spacing does that need? Okay, so it just needs to be along a stretch of water where it works. We should definitely let them all go in the water bathing next to where they get their drinking water, right, chat? That makes sense, yeah? Is that the sensible place for them to go? We definitely put the bathing area so they can get wet fur above where we put the drinking water. Yes. Perfect. Actually, I could utilize this being taken up the way that it is. I could probably do quite well by building the dam behind it better. If I go into landscaping, if I think about actually how high I could make this as an area, I might put a double floodgate in just so I can. Because we can just go parts and structures, double platform, and the double platform basically works like a bridge all the way across. Demolish resource. Now, I know that obviously we will never want to put that above the height that it's going to be at here, because if we go above 1.0 here, it's just going to force it downwards. But we actually can leave this above that height so that this is the only outflow until we need it. We can then use that to flush this system out entirely. That's how you have it at home? Okay, as long as you guys are, as long as I understand correctly, fine. So if they get rid of that pine tree, that will then free up access for the road. That's not where okay, that might be where I said the road should go, but I'm an idiot, so I don't know why they listened to me. I'm not sure you should be drinking your own bath water. I'm going to be honest, that doesn't seem healthy. It's not wise. I could also make an artificial dam that protects the entirety of my base by cutting across this line and making it all too high. But that's a huge amount of terraforming, but it does drive a huge amount of water flow down the other way, away from my base into here. It means that my base is at all times, up until this section here, that I've got this lock-in, protected by one whole block around it being away, which is kind of wild. And actually, I'm not sure how much of a terraforming project it would actually be. I would need to make a levee that's too high around the edge of these trees, up to this wall, and then all the way across here. It would be workable. Do you think I'm mad enough to try it? Explosives factory. It only uses logs. We've got a lot of logs. Very doable, yeah. There's no need for me to do this. Let's hinder the water to come close to where we don't want it, but then we also have a lot of water to power things when we let the water out. B knows. He knows. He knows. He knows that you guys have been degenerates. It's fine. I say it's fine. It's definitely not fine. He's coming for you. He's going to get you. Actual cannibal Bailey LaBeouf. So we're going to need to finish making those levees. Okay, so we've got access to all the on land. What we need to do is we need to make all of this. Once it's all made, we'll delete the paths on top and then build it up even further. And that means these won't work. They need to be double floodgates. I'm not sure what I was thinking about. It's a complete waste. Like it's not something that we needed to do. I'm going to be completely honest. Does he keep staring at you guys? Is that what happens? He stares and then he looks away for a second. It's probably because he's trying to get attention and then turning away. He's smart like that. He's a little gremlin. I love him. Nice. So that double floodgate is nearly done. So we've nearly made our new... Okay, our flushing system is building. I'm not too sure they can get down there now. They're going to have to swim out there? That was odd. They also say made me place the stairs there, but fine. Okay. That will then enable them to actually get access to clear this out. I'm going to flood this entire land. It's going to be great. I need to demolish these and replace them with higher up floodgates as well then. That's what we need to do. That's been on the cards for a long time, actually, that one. I forgot about this. Double floodgate. How are we doing on gears? 83 gears. Okay, we're doing better. Let's unpause this tank that's needed. You need to be connected by district paths. That's fine. We now have a Lido. Fun. Lido basic needs wet fur provided. Anyone know if Phil Valve tells the different water types? I believe that was a... Oh, someone said what it was called. I can't remember what it was called. Nope, I can't remember what it was called. My bad. A centrifuge turns dangerous water into usable extract. Wild. Bot assembler. Okay, so we can start making robots at some point. That's kind of nuts. How are we doing on... We've got 200 pine resin. Okay, that's not a small amount. Sluices differentiate between bad water and good water. Oh, okay, interesting. My heart got lost. I was going to do storage. We've got 1,000 points. Underground pile. Capacity 1,000. So this is a bigger form of storage. This is just going to be better for us. So if I go up here... Where do we want to store stuff? And how does it work when I'm next to a cliff? We're full on logs. So let's, for example, change one of our log storages. Ah, so I can't build it there, but I could build it up on this. There are logs in there. Let's empty this of planks. We can replace that with an underground one. You use the contamination sensor to tell the values and such to do. Sluices don't exist. They've been replaced by new valves. There you go. So this one has been dismantled and emptied. We can then replace that, make an underground pile. Going to use a lot of our gears and a lot of our planks and such, but it's much, much more usable long term. Nah, you're quite alright, Clefton Twain. Not a problem. I'd say my bad. Nah, you're completely okay, dude. It's, the game changes over time. That's the nature of an early access game. Like, honestly, it's completely fine. Yeah, so they've taken away the automatically knowing if it's contaminated or not, in kind of in favor, I guess, of making sense. Oh, actually, if they've done that, I don't need them to make these stairs. Okay, let's let that go this way and see if we can push what's going on this way downwards. Downstream. So that was bad water, I think. So we can actually push the bad water out with the good water now that we've got the good water, you know, flow somewhat sorted. Building unstaffed builders. Contaminated beaver. How do you deal with them being contaminated? How do I decontaminate a beaver, chat? That doesn't sound great as a sentence. In well-being, there's a herbalist hut. Well-being, herbalist. Nice. Oh, I'm going to need to grow dandelions as well. There you go. The herbalist can go live up there. You want a place for yourself instead of watching everyone else, but you haven't beaten RimWorld yet. Need to start finishing games. That's always the way, unfortunately. So how do we harvest? I think it's plant bushes and trees, dandelions. Who does that? Requires a forester. Well, that's fine. You'll do that then. Who harvests the dandelions? Gatherer? I'm guessing one of the berry gatherer stations, like these ones. The gatherer flag. Means we will need a small warehouse. We want this instead to hold dandelions. And it's going to remove the gears. The gears are going to have to go elsewhere. Gears are being moved on. You leave planet with spaceships, a form of ending? Oh yeah, you can definitely, yeah, I think you can finish RimWorld in a way, yeah. Okay, we should do something about Lake Town. They're not that productive. I have an idea. It's probably not a great idea, but we'll make this one work. Because this area up here obviously has no water supply, so like, why not turn this into my metal production area? It can be reached, it's part of this district. Part of this district, that'll be fine. This, I would like you to store scrap metal for now. And then we will take a metal producer and we will just grab one of these guys to go here. I think that's just about perfect range to gather everything. Oh no, we're a little bit short. That will work. They just need some construction workers. You guys are going to need some planks and some gears. You've definitely got enough planks and such, so we'll do this. Most of what I think we need to do now is upgrade our storages, so making sure that we've got, you know, the, Ooh, what are you saying? Waiting for previous stock to be removed. Do we need to actually make a large storage for gears? I think we actually do. Let's make a large pile for gears. We don't need to make a large pile for gears. Gears are stored in the warehouse. Just having a minor stronk. Don't mind me, chat. Have I made District 9 yet? I'm not sure if we're gonna skip. I'm not sure where we're at with District 9. We might skip generations, you know, work our way up a different way. So I think these guys are just gonna chew the scrap metal apart over time. Fairly sure that's how that works. I think it's horrifying and weird, but fine. So be it. And they'll just stock up on scrap metal, which I want to store in this location here, but hey, we'll see. If we can get the medium warehouse built, that can move the gears. The gears can then move that way. The dandelions can be done. The alchemist can get built. Things start moving around. Lacks materials, gears, contaminated beaver. Yeah, we still need to deal with the contaminated beaver. Okay, there we go. That's getting built. Done. Okay, that's going to start accepting gears. They'll start getting hauled. There you go, 12 down. We're making this work. We're making this work. We're making it happen, chat. This is going. 28 gears stored. Those gears will then be taken to build something like one of these locations, or this one, hopefully. Yes, I want to export the gears to the new settlement. That was the problem. Okay, so now I know that gears should actually be exported. That's good to know. Because they'll actually start using them for the building various things, like our water storage. This should be used for large amounts of water. We don't only have 30 water for the entire settlement. That's nice. You are lower priority. Let's lower you on the construction materials. You will be increased. We need to cure that other beaver. The beaver builders? Yeah, I guess that works. What's the other unstaffed building? The hauler's house? That's fine. Lacks gears, lacks gears. Yeah, it's because you're low priority. We need to get the gears elsewhere, like to fix our storage problems first, you know, for example. See, look, there's 38 gears here, and this needs 20 gears and everything else. That's why. He's just really stretching out, yeah. Apparently we've got... Oh yeah, we've got... Sorry, I thought that was one nuclear, but no, one contaminated adult. That's what we're working on. There we go. Time to clear out all the scrap metal that we've got. Nice. That is indeed, yeah. So that holds just a kind of a... It's basically a bit like kind of my skin temperature. So it's no warmer than a person is, but it's just that he gets to stretch out in it. And if it's been a cold day, he quite likes to, you know, have a nice kind of sleep on that. He's very much a comfort-focused cat, that's for sure. So now, this is going to hold water in it at a depth of 0.9. This will hold the water back on the far side once fully made. That means that basically we don't really have a full need for these anymore, but obviously I will keep holding this to... It can't do more than 6.5 because of the dam that's further upstream. This is letting out water quite rapidly. And we are churning out research like no tomorrow. Or farmer monument. So we could just do this. Unlock farmer monument. That appears to be a pretty good run for my area. It's going to need 200 logs. We've got 1,200. That's great. You're glad to see your headache is a bit better, even though the nap failed? Well, I'm glad that you just managed to take the time to rest, Ruchi, because, you know, a headache is your body giving you a sign that something's not quite right, you know? So... I'm glad you're listening to yourself. Not connected by some district paths. Fine, we can do... Wait, yes it is. Oh, it's not, no. Do this. Once they build that properly, the stairs, then we'll have connected up. That should then be able to clear the contaminated beaver. -10 on quality of life. Let's see. I was hoping that they would go and be treated here. Ah, they need the dandelion still. Just not fully grown. Okay, we're still a couple of days off. Bot heads. Okay, wild. Observatories make research so fast, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, and it's not even like the top tier. Oh, no, it is the top tier. Okay, never mind. And I've got 2 of them. I didn't really need 2 of them, but hey, we've got 2 of them. We've definitely got the ability to unlock things like the smelter now. Gonna need 200 horsepower worth of power though, which is quite a lot. That said, if I do that here... Or... Okay, this could get a bit silly. I'm not sure how smart this is, but I want to cut off the water supply going out that entire side and only let it vertically flow to flush this. I think. No, I don't. I think I probably want to go the opposite direction and let my water flood this way, the bad water to go down around here. If I do 5 there as a gap, and then I build the levee all the way down this side. That way the water's coming around this corner and basically just coming straight out this way. Maybe if I get rid of this one as well. I just don't want to cause too much of a problem for myself upstream, so I don't want to cut that flow off too much. Look at that, that's really churning. That network is creating 662 out of 920. That's very good. If I did this, though... Our battery. Can I make a battery here? No, too far from a district. Metal blocks, wild. So that's got 92 scrap metal in there. If we made a smelter with the power usage, what we're working towards. A lot of horsepower for one beaver. Well, it's, you know, you have to be careful how you're balancing horsepower when you're a beaver. Let's put this as planks. This planks is apparently full on storage here. That means I could clear this. So a hauler will take all the planks out of there and put them in this underground storage so that we clear up this, which is nice. We can then use this to store something like more logs. Someone on the Timberborn said a beaver is 50 horsepower. I could believe it. I could believe it. The beavers are pretty great. Ooh, look at this. This is nice. A very, very fast flood of water going out this way now. I think that working on metal, so Lake Town is going to create metal, chat. That's the plan for Lake Town. We're going to use Lake Town to make metal, to make explosives, to really mess with the terrain. The ads, however, will be here in 30 seconds or so. So in the meantime, I'm going to get up and go and do my pull-ups and hang from a bar so I can decompress my back. When we are back, yes, bad water is used to make explosives. So that's what we're going to use Lake Town for, given how close we are to bad water. That's the plan. So, explosives. I might be happy about exploding the terrain, I might not be. In the meantime, please make sure you're getting some water. Please, like, kind of stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your back. Just look after yourselves. You're injured. You should have... beds. Medical beds. You're out of Spatterdock. And the ads are here, chat. I will be right back. Whoop. Welcome back, everyone. How are you doing? Good to see you all. Thank you for sticking with during the ads. Hope that you made sure you got up, you looked after yourselves, you had a drink, you know, descrungled your back. Hoobsy, thank you so much for the resub, buddy. 10 months of tier 1. Wait, what? This is going fast? Nearly a year? It is indeed. I can't believe that sooner or later we'll be at the 12-month mark. I'll be uploading the 12-month emote very, very soon, so you'll be able to see it. Because there is indeed a final unlock to be had. Those of you at 6 months, you are not the final form. There is more bread coming. There is more bread to be found. The inbreadening. You will be inbreadened, and it will be glorious. Hards and structures, suspension bridges, zipline beams, horizontal beam bearing zipline cables between stations. Triple platform unlock. Spiral stairs unlock. Overhang. This sounds like it's a useful item. Solid things can be built on top. That's just useful. Holy shit. Overhang 4x1. I mean, I know we need metal for these, but wild. So we've got 120 scrap metal in here, and these guys are still kind of harvesting and hauling more. We're building up this levee so that we can create a kind of a more even and controlled water flow. I'm hoping that by blocking off this entire run of water here, the bad water will expand out, so we'll have bad water on one side of the wall and normal water coming through here so that our metal workers can utilize the bad water. A brioche, you'll have to wait and see. You'll have to, a donut, oh, there's lots of things it could be, isn't there? You'll just have to wait and see what it is. Gate suspension bridge. 2x1. Suspension bridge 3x1. 4x1. Oh, we're out of research points. That said, a 3x1's not bad either, because you just do one that way and one from the other side. I think you can probably cross quite a lot of distance. Like, if we'd had that here, if I'd been sensible, we could have just done that. And if we'd got onto both sides of it, you can make it cross 6, I think. I reckon that if there's 2 and a 1, you could probably make the 2 connect together. Oh, interestingly, apparently you can't. Interesting. It needs 1 space behind. Okay, so... because of the path, it's not going to work. So if I just delete this path for a second... Oh yeah, see, look, we can make a little suspension bridge. Very nice. That's a nice little feature. Now we've learned about that, we can utilize those. If I knew those before, I probably would have done... I would have had to make all the bridges and such that I've made, which is an interesting one. Right, okay, let's work on this next. So you'll need to do... Okay, so now if I can do this properly... that should create a 2-high wall all the way around our base that we could flood. Do I need to send the contaminated beaver to go to the herbalist or something? Because they don't seem to... Oh, wait, they haven't got dandelions still. Jeez, what are they waiting on? I'm guessing they haven't got a gatherer. That's what it's going to come down to. Be something real silly. I missed one under the stairs. That one should be fine because it's closed out on the diagonal by this wall, so there's no... It won't come through the corner. It'll just stay full of water there. It's true, if I really needed to, I could, but that involves dismantling the stairs. They'll get upset about it. The silly beavers, you know, they get upset spaghetti. They are chucking this one up. I'm impressed. Yeah. So I did think that one through, but it was a good spot, Balthazar. Well spotted. Okay, at some point I'm gonna need them to be able to get up on the wall here. So if we do... Oh, I like the spiral staircases. Those are really nice. Holy shit, I'm unlocking those sooner. Okay, I think the early game I need to be investing way higher in my research. I'm dismantling these large piles because I want them to store all the logs inside of these underground piles, ideally, and those other kind of structures. We need to relocate you guys because, like, honestly, I don't really want anyone living over here. We don't have any, you don't have enough free beds, okay. No goods selected. So you can be used to store normal wood. Then we can have a lumberjack flag up here to gather all of that wood. Oh, shit. A drought, a 2-day drought. So this should all flood. That's basically the goal. If we flood this should all flood back here as well. And then this can rise. The basic goal is to force any of the excess water up and over. If I bring that one up, I've now got a little reservoir saved in here of emergency water. Yeah, the Lido obviously won't be flowing. This will all flow down towards the 0 mark. Bad water is dried up. This is all dried up. And as a result of this, after the drought, we can try out my new double floodgate system. Spiral staircases use treated planks. God damn it. I knew they would be too nice. There was... Oh, god damn, of course. I don't make treated planks yet, but I guess now is time to start making them. 800. You need 250 horsepower? Joke's on you, I've got horsepower to spare. So we'll need a path. We will need a power shaft between these two buildings and this one. And that should be enough to get that treated. That's in a really bad location. I'm going to be honest with you. No, what am I doing? What am I doing? For treated planks, you need... planks in, and pine resin in, and treated planks out. So we need access to power. Well, let's do this. You don't have any logs in you, so that's fine. That's fine. 4 logs in you. We'll get rid of that. If I then put in another underground large storage up here that stores logs, that will be so much easier for everyone storage-wise. High priority this target. Empty this of planks, because those can all the planks can go into this underground pile. This is completely unnecessary. So is this. What's the double gate system? That's basically just keeping me with a small supply of water up here that I can slowly release when the water here gets too low. This water is very slow draining, because most of the water out is being pushed out by the bad water now, which infects downstream, whereas our water here is basically being kept in, but it'll slowly drop. When that does, this will become empty. This gives me a small amount of water I can trickle out to basically flood this field so that it won't dry out during the drought. But I've not done a 2-day drought before. That'll be interesting. That's what we're struggling to... I'm struggling to kind of mentally work with, but we can slowly release stuff from above to resupply. Unconnected building. I keep doing that. I'm naturally weak, it seems, with the lumberjack station facings. Building needs water, that's fine. Construction needs materials, yes, that's also fine. Contaminated beaver, well, we're waiting for... Yeah, there we go. They're finally harvesting some of these dandelions, so we actually have a herbalist that's working, slowly making antidotes that we can finally cure our one contaminated beaver. who's been contaminated for a very, very long time. On a hard mode by now, you'd be on like 10-day droughts. Yeah, see, I'm trying to learn the game, not get punched in the face by it. But this has worked quite nicely for doing what I wanted it to, because the bad water has spread to where we wanted it. As far as I know, making explosives needs bad water. Your first bad time was 10 days? What? I'm not ready for that. Jeez, I don't know this game anywhere near well enough for that. The smelter. If we go power. The levy. Let's see if that works when it starts up again. And then I think from here we build levees out to deal with the bad water. But I don't quite know how bad water is processed. How do you pump bad water in? Is that what you have to do? I'm guessing it's a bad water pump. So I'll pump bad water out of the river below, and that will pump it in. So the closer I make this to the source of the bad water, the better, which is going to be down here. That being said, that will only be... If I make this levee hook slightly... The levee goes there. Fresh water is only going to come through this way. Bad water will come down here. They should mix down here then, and this should all be basically pure bad water coming off of this source, unless this floods through, in which case I'll deal. I think we need to make some paths, though. I think that's the problem now. Ooh. What do you mean nothing to do in range? Oh, I haven't marked you as cut down trees, that's why. Haha. I was gonna say, there's so many dead trees here for you to harvest. It's only a one-off job, but still. There's also a mine up here that eventually we can, I think, mine our metal. So this will also feed Lake Town, which is purely for metal. And you might say, I noticed that one of you said that during the adverts, think about what would happen with Smaug. I would point out, oh, has this finally dried up? Dies in 1 day. So we've got 1 day left. However, let's do this. Do that. So this is now dried out, as you can see. So this actually now says this dies in 1.1 days, the Spadadoc. I think this will actually go down once it's fully dried out and the soil dries out. It'll say dies in less time than that. Say 0.3 days. This is why I've got this. I think if I reduce this to 1 meter, there's just about enough in here to release a small burst of the water. Okay, nope, definitely not enough. If I release the whole flood, just the whole reservoir, let's see how long it lasts. It's just a small spurt of water, but enough to basically keep the Spadadoc alive. And I'm surprised at how long that has lasted, to be honest. Some of that actually enabled the Spadadoc to finish. There are a few that are completing as a result, which is quite good. So actually, if I was to create a way of storing this water further downstream at some point, so I can create a levee, like, for example, across here, that would mean that I could actually do the same thing again and keep this field flooded. But that's enough water to sit there for at least long enough to keep the Spatter Dock alive. We've managed to last 0.2 days so far. Chicago Strong, oh yeah, you named the dragon. I said, well, at the end of the day, if Lake Town was making flak cannons, I think Smaug would have had a different attitude towards attacking the town. Because, yeah, you might be a dragon, but can you deal with flak emplacements? You didn't see any dragons attacking World War II London, did you? Plenty of flak emplacements. See? Big brain moment, chat. Flak emplacements means no dragons. They don't like them. They're naturally allergic to flak fire, like most flesh and blood beings. There you go. That one can take logs, as we can get rid of these logs from this. No dragons at Pearl Harbor either. Exactly. Torpedoes also good against dragons. If a dragon's having a swim and he gets hit by a torpedo, suddenly, not really a dragon anymore. They're also not very good against, you know, like AA fire and all other kinds of, you know, stuff that was at Pearl Harbor. So, yeah. There was that one dragon apocalypse movie in the UK where the guy tried to jump off a building with an axe to kill the dragon. I don't think I remember that one. But 3 to 4 German Flak 88s and Smaug would be very upset. I agree with you, Var. No Smaug if you had a bunch of German 88s. Rain of Fire? I can't say I remember that one. Okay, now we've got a lot more room up here for managing our actual resources. All the logs live in there. All of the planks live in here. If I create a warehouse that is designed for the storage of pine resin up on top of this. I put that to be pine resin. We should then be able to go into wood and wood workshop. Why can't that go there? Oh, because of the way that the, This is the way the wind turbine works. You thought dragons were our nuclear reactors? That's, not quite. Nearly, but not quite. How is the Spatter Dock doing? See, that flood of the field from that one little container there has left enough water to just about make this last long enough. This is all obviously running out, so very soon this will be completely dry. We've got 0.4 days left. So I've got a couple more water reservoirs upriver that we can still release as well. Like, we've not used this field at all. This is all completely full still. This is still full. This is full. So on this difficulty level, we're kind of doing okay. We've managed to do a whole Spatter Dock harvest in the 2-day drought that we've had. I do want to see if it runs out or if that one small reservoir is not to last a whole day, because if so, I could make a series of those lock-style reservoirs and really fill them up. 0.2 days left. It's still sitting there working pretty well. It's obviously not draining out, so the water's not passing through. Oh yeah, the water is very, very nearly dried up, but the small amount is going to be long enough to last. Okay, so look, that dried out then right at the end. So look, all that water supply in that house lasted a whole day. If I lower this now, that will encourage a flow that will start the water from traveling this way. This will start to flood again. And we should be good with the Spatter Dock. We'll start getting power moving. We'll start seeing things spool up in terms of production. And this, interestingly, I think I can now leave to flood. That's what I want to try out, because obviously if I don't raise these gates, we've still got water saved up here. I'm not utilizing the water, so I don't think it will drain particularly quickly. I just want to see what happens if we let this fill up. If I put this at 1.9, let's see what happens, because I've not played with this mechanic before. I'm actually purposely trying to flood the land. But I've cured a contaminated beaver. Exciting. There you go. That's at 720. So that's ramping up. Water flow is going. This is starting to turn. We can demolish these large piles for now as well. We can make a couple more of these. Just to clear through all this wood much more quickly. I could also do the same thing on this side so that we can get rid of the problem. So on this side, we can do the same thing. We will make a bunch of lumberjack flags. I can then go into this. Where is that? Cut trees. Mark tree cutting area. All of this. All of this. All of this up here. All of this up here. That. Remove all of the trees from this vicinity. Flooding the land, not very Dutch of you. Good. I'm British. Wait, this isn't filling up. Why is that? I'm guessing it's just because it's all flowing out through this. So if I raise this... If I want to make sure this isn't actually, this is, okay, no, it is flooding up here. It's just a slow process. Okay, I need to not, I won't rush it then. We'll have to see how it goes. Look. Going. That is metal blocks. We haven't got those yet. I think we probably need to build a hut over here in this area as well. Do this. We've not done any building up here for a little bit, so... Put that as a low priority, no, a high priority to build, but a low priority workplace overall. That's coming out there at a pretty rapid rate. If I block this off now... Okay, yeah, that's a flood. Okay, we like that. How quickly is it forcing the water out in my flooding temp? Causing quite a lot of flow up this way. I don't think that... Oh, no. Okay, actually, the flood is still increasing just about. I don't know quite how much the outflow will be at that height. So I'm really interested to see if we can actually completely flood the uplands area here and just completely turn it into... I mean, it's going to get rid of all of the berry bushes and everything, but it's really interesting to find out if we can actually turn our area into a walled-off lowlands area and we flood everywhere around it instead. Because look, we're flooding these routes that we haven't even seen water in before. There's actually no flow coming through our area, which is interesting. We actually might get back... We actually are getting a backfill of bad water. So I think I need to let some water out this way. So that water should be coming just over the top of the floodgate. That should be going into there. I just realized that the bad water was flooding back up this way. And therefore I do need to maintain flow. Oh, Bailey, hello. Sorry to get the daylights out of me. Oh. Boy. I just moved my leg and I felt like something behind me. I was like, what was that? It was Bailey. It was Bailey. It was Bailey, chat. Okay, so what we've learned is it does kind of work, but it's not exactly smart to completely like reroute all of the water supply. But the thing that we were planning to do with the levee is 100% working. Look at how dense this bad water here is. We've done a great job there of isolating the bad water and basically meaning we've got bad water in, we've got a huge amount of power, and we can then create metal because we've actually got a decent amount of metal stored up here. We're breaking down this scrap metal over time. So let's put this down to 95. Let's put you down to 95 just to allow a small amount of water flow through. Otherwise, the entirety of our heartlands is just unproductive, which we don't really want, chat. We don't really need that, do we? It also means we don't flood our own crops, which is always a good thing. Okay, the water up here had built up slightly more than I thought it had. Okay, let's actually keep some water stored up, so it can refill and then backfill our system. So this needs to fill up. When this fills up properly, this will hit 95, and then this will start flowing out. This will start refilling. That will start pushing everything downstream again. We'll also have the full flow from this side, which is going like huge. Or it would be if, you know, we were actually allowing the flow to be full. If we like block off too much of the flow, we will cause problems for our own power generation and supply. And that's something that we need to kind of be a little bit cognizant of. The perfect concept of background noise and King B makes it that much better. Well, I'm really glad. I mean, he's... Oh, okay. If I do this, you can probably see where he is. He's just curled up on the Warhammer bag. He likes the Warhammer bag, chat. Go and harvest the wood that's behind here. $306 scrap metal is not bad. How are we doing for logs? We're good for logs there. Planks. Let's get another storage going for logs. That is another log storage. Fine. It's all good. Got plenty of pine resin there. Let me do this and finally create. I think we need to get rid of this wind turbine, I'm going to be honest. I think that's what's getting in my way. Nice, there we go, perfect. Hello, have you woken up and you want attention and fuss? Oh, hello. Hey. Are you wanting love and fuss, B? Is that what you're wanting? What a surprise. Chat, are we surprised that B wants love and fuss? I don't think we are. Don't think we are at all. Yeah, look at this bubba. He respects the great pile of shame and blesses it. Yeah, he's guardian of the pile of shame, that's for sure. He is very good at that. He's very skilled, you see. Aren't you, baby boy? Yes, you are. He's a skilled Warhammer player. I'm not sure he is. He's a skilled chicken hunter, that's for sure. Yeah, aren't you? Yeah, indeed. It is indeed B. He's wanting me to come and give him a cuddle. This is him saying, please, can we go to the sofa so I can sleep on your lap? He'll walk to the door, walk back, wanting attention, and do it in sequence. He's very good with that. So, very lovely of him. So, what we are going to do, chat, we are going to raid out. I'm going to finish the day. We are going to raid my good friend Beeves with the Neeves. We are going to give the raid message of Beeves. This is the raid message as a reminder to all of you. Bees was here earlier, chilling with us in chat. This was her character's name, so this is the raid message. I want to thank you all for being here today. I've really appreciated it. As a reminder, I have got my subathon on Friday for my birthday. I hope that you've enjoyed Timberborn. There'll be more of that tomorrow, so don't you worry. And on Friday, indeed, is my birthday. There's a subathon. I'm going to be reworking my goals and plans for that this evening, and we will go from there. But I want to thank you all very much for being here. I really appreciate the love and the support. I really thank you all for all the subs, all the follows, the hanging out, the chatting. You guys are awesome. I will see many of you tomorrow, or many of you on Thursday, or for my birthday on Friday. Thank you so much. Good night from Bailey and I will see you all soon. Thank you very much for stopping by. Let's go and raid bees. I think I'm going to have fun with the raid message. I will see you guys in a sec. Thank you very much for coming. She's playing Pokopia, so you get to see Pokemon Animal Crossing. Very enjoyable. Catch you later. Have a good one.